Madam Chairman. Madam Clerk,
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, no, there are no changes.
any declarations of interest?
I will just go ahead and open the vote so that we can vote on the agenda as presented. So you need a mover and a seconder, sir.
Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Vanderbeek.
The vote is coming up.
I'm in support, Madam.
Thank you so much. Okay,
I'm a yes too, Steph. Thanks.
Thank you. You're welcome. Councillors Vanderbeek, Clark, Jackson, and Pauls. Oops. Councillor Clark. And Councillors Jackson and Pauls, I don't see.
No, I don't see them either.
Okay, so I'm
I
going
see
to
Councillor
close
Clark's
that.
here.
He nodded
Okay.
at me. So that vote is closed. That carries 13-0, and Councillor Farr is back.
Okay, turn the chair back over to you, Councillor Farr. We just finished approving the agenda.
Yeah, thank you. Time got away from me there. Then members of committee, any declarations of interest? Sir Pauls, where are you? I do have a declaration. My son has applied, among other applications, for summer work to the city. So I'll note those.
Mr. Chairman, I'm in the same situation. My daughter, although she's a teacher, they do call her in sometimes to cover shifts in the summer while she's off. So as a result, I'll declare an interest to prevent the conflict as a direct result. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else?
Well, it sounds like we have no shortage of summer students now.
Just for clarification and for the public, you are declaring interest items 7.1 and 8.1 for the both of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody who has a disqualifying interest, of course, you ensure that when it's time to vote on a matter that you abstain. And those who have noted a non-disqualifying interest will participate impartially in the decision-making process related to the matter. Councillor Pauls.
Yes, I also have a conflict of interest for the student wage increase, and my granddaughter will be, she did apply, and she does have an interview, so I will abstain from voting. Thank you, but I'll participate. Thank you.
Thank you. So on to the approval of the minutes of the previous meeting. That is moved by Councillor Ferguson and seconded by Councillor Partridge. Discussion? I see none.
Thank you, Councillor Powers.
Thank you. Unanimous, 13-0. On the area rating review, we have Brian McMullen to provide the presentation first for item 6.1. Hi, Brian.
Good afternoon, councillors. If we're ready, I will share my screen. So.
He's ready, Brian.
Yep. Just waiting to see the screen.
Yep.
No, yeah, you're good to go.
Okay, just waiting for it to come up.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
There it is.
There it is. Okay, so thank you, committee, for asking for this presentation. You had a long morning and into the afternoon on the regular GIC meeting. I'm going to take you through a series of slides related to area rating. And sorry, I'm Brian McMullen, Director of Financial Planning, Administration, and Policy in the Corporate Services Department. I'm going to take you through some a number of slides, and the slides highlight information that was in our committee report, and that committee report itself has 12 different figures or tables, and then the appendices themselves, the 4 appendices had 10 tables each. So what I intend to go through in these in this presentation is the slides, but not all 40 slides, but just the primary 12 main slides. So this is the fourth report on area rating. We did the first one back in September 2021. We did the second one in January 2022, and then the third one that we did was back on March 3rd with the last budget presentation. And then at that meeting, we were directed to come back with some options about phasing out the area rating over 4, 6, 8, and 10 years. So that's what we've done in these in the following slides. This introduction, the next 3 slides are a bit of an introduction on our methodology that we use to create those tables in the presentation and in the report and the appendix. So the estimates that we use are based on the 2021 data, excludes assessment growth and the tax policies and any budget or education impacts. The slides show the annual impact. So we'll be showing them as year 1 of the phase in of the phase out period, phase out, phase in, sorry, we're using the word phase out. And when we phase it out, we're phasing it out of area rating and moving it into the general levy. So it's a transition to the general levy. And the options that that we provide are not exclusive. There's a lot of information in those tables and in the appendices, and I'll repeat this at the end. But there's an opportunity, I guess, for council to pick a hybrid of the options. But we felt this was the best way to do it, was to show them in what you'll see in these 4 options. So we have 4 options. And for the phasing out of the transit, fire, recreation, sidewalk, and street lighting and infrastructure levy, area rated levies over the 4, 6, 8, and 10 years, respectively. Sidewalk snow removal, we've taken it out of the, it's not included in the slides because it's done separately, because that was done through a separate report. And that phase out happens in 2023 when we implement the new sidewalk snow removal service level. And we've also not shown, in this case, we haven't shown the Parkland purchases, the way that we've included those. So, a bit of a refresher. And I know we've seen some emails on Parkland purchases on how those are area rated, but we've excluded those from this analysis. So we have the option 1, and then, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then we have a 1A, 2A, 3A, and 4A, and then a 1B, 2B, 3B, and 4B. The difference between the A's and the B's is that it's related to the infrastructure levy. So back in 2011, when the special infrastructure levy, capital infrastructure levy, was introduced for the city of Hamilton, it was a method to phase in, I guess, the impact of the various area rating that took place in 2011. And based on the discussion that we heard at the last GIC meeting on March the 3rd, we were to address all of the area rated infrastructure levies. So we've included them here. And in the case of 1A, 2A, 3A, and 4A, the infrastructure levy is sustained or maintained. And in the case of 1B, 2B, 3B, 4B, the infrastructure levy is eliminated over the same period. So in that case, what we've done is we've taken the $13.4 million, and as the case may be, we've eliminated it over the 4, 6, 8, and 10 years. So that would be a levy savings to the City of Hamilton taxpayers. So getting into the options. The area rated levies, the ones that I mentioned, so transit, fire, recreation, sidewalks, street lighting, and infrastructure levy, they represent $213 million out of the total $954 million levy. So that's about 22% of the levy in 2021. So the next 3 slides, I'm going to show you option 1, 1A, and 1B, and then subsequently we'll get into the other slides. So when we look at option 1, so what option 1 is, it's the area rating of transit, fire, recreation, sidewalks, and streetlights, and the infrastructure levy. So it's phasing it out over a 4-year period. So what this shows is the impact for year 1. So you can see that there's an allocation or a difference between the phase out. So in what would be urban former Hamilton properties, you see about a negative 1.2%. And then when you look at the urban areas of non-former Hamilton properties, the range goes from looks like about 0.7 to 1.1%. And on the rural, it's a 3.3% impact. And hopefully you have access to the report, and I'm not sure that if you read the report ahead of time, but these slides are also in that. Is also in the committee report in the appendices. So option 1A is year 1 of 4 of the 4-year phase out of those same transit, fire, recreation, sidewalks, and street lighting, and in this case. The infrastructure levy is sustained. So the difference between the previous slide in the case of the former City of Hamilton wards urban area, it was a negative 1.2% or a 1.2% reduction. Now it's about a 0.9% reduction on these slides. The impacts for the other wards you can see are ranging from 0.4% to 0.8%. And in the case of the rural, the previous slide, it was 3.3%, and now it's just it's a 3% impact. When we go to option 1B, so it's also a phase out over the 4 years. So this is year 1 of 4. We're eliminating the infrastructure levy. So over the 4 years, that $13 million, $13.4 million would be eliminated. So the impact here. Is related to wards 1, 2, 3, 4, part of 5, 6, 7, 8, part of 9, part of 10, those Hamilton, part of 14, those Hamilton properties that are in those wards. So that impact would be negative 1.5% for those properties in those wards, those parts of the wards. There would be no change between option 1B and 1A for the other wards. So that would be the Ward 5 Stony Creek, Ward 9 Stony Creek, Ward 9 Glanbrook, Ward 10 Stony Creek, Ward 11, Ward 12, 13, and 14 Ancaster and Glanbrook properties, and then Ward 15. So the next option was when we were looking at this scenario with a 6-year phase out. So it's going to be difficult to kind of keep all this information straight, but the 6-year option that would sort of fall in the middle of the next term of, not the next term of council, the term after term of council if the phase out ended at that time. So there's a difference between this option 2 obviously and the option 1. So the difference between those I can just highlight was on the former Hamilton properties 0.9 previously, now it's 0.8 reduction. In the case of the on urban, on the case of non-Hamilton properties, it ranges in this case from 0.5 to 0.7, and on the first option, the 4-year phase out, it was 0.4 to 0.8. And in the case of the rural properties, this option is a 2.2% versus option 1, which was 3%. So, and you're going to keep seeing these changes as we go through the options. So option 2A again. So this analysis excludes the infrastructure levy. So the infrastructure levy is sustained in this case. So what you're going to see in the former Hamilton urban properties, a 0.6% reduction, and then what you're going to see in the non-former Hamilton properties is 0.2 to 0.5% increase. And in the rural, it's a 2% increase. So this is a 6-year phase out. This shows you year 1 of the 6-year phase out. Option 2B, also 6 years. In this case, the infrastructure levy is eliminated, right? So we would eliminate that $13.4 million over 6 years. This is the 1-year impact of that. And in that case, then the impact shows against the City of Hamilton, former City of Hamilton properties in wards 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 14. And in the case of rural, it's 2%, and that 2% and for the rural was the same as option 2A. And in the case of the urban non-former Hamilton, the impact on this slide is the same as it was on slide 2A. Option 3 is the an 8-year phase out. So this impact, as you can see, 0.6% for the the former Hamilton urban properties. And for the non-former Hamilton urban properties, the range is about 0.3% to 0.5% increase. In the rural properties, it would be 1.7%. So option 3, again, it's the area rating phase out of transit, fire, recreation, sidewalks and streetlights, and the infrastructure levy. That's what option 3 is. 3A is the 8-year phase out of transit, fire, recreation, sidewalks, streetlights, but not the infrastructure levy. The infrastructure levy is would be maintained or sustained. So the impact here ranges is negative 0.4% for the former City of Hamilton properties, and then for the non-former Hamilton properties, it ranges from 0.2 to 0.4 in the urban area, and in the rural, it's 1.5%. When we go to 3B, similarly, there's no change in the rural, the 1.5. I'll just switch back to 3A. No change, the 1.5 for the rural, and also no change on the non-former Hamilton properties. So if you just go down to ward 15 at the bottom, 0.4% on slide 3B, 0.4% on slide or option 3A on the previous slide. So, but in the case of Hamilton, the former Hamilton properties, there's a 0.7% reduction in 3B. What was shown on the slide 3A was a 0.4% decrease. So now we get into the last of the 4 options, the 10-year phase out. So obviously, excuse me, the 10-year phase out, takes a little bit longer, but does spread the impact out over multiple years. So the impact obviously becomes smaller the more years that we go out. In the case of the former City of Hamilton properties, you have a 0.5% reduction. In the non-former Hamilton properties, I'm having trouble saying that, 0.2 to 0.4%. And in the rural case, we have 1.3% for those properties. And then when you move to option 4A, so again, 4A is the area rating phase out of transit, fire, recreation, sidewalks, and street lighting. But the infrastructure levy is maintained or sustained. So this change here is 0.4% for the former Hamilton properties, and for the non-Hamilton former Hamilton properties, you have 0.1 to 0.3% in the urban area, and then you have in the rural area you have 1.2%. And then going to the last of the options, so that's a 10-year phase out of the area rating and moving it to the general levy, plus in this case we are removing the infrastructure levy, and we would do that over 10 years. So that $13 million levy would be removed over 10 years, and there'd be a levy savings overall to the city, but it's primarily would be reflected in the in the former City of Hamilton properties. So what you see is 0.6% reduction in the former City of Hamilton properties, and then you see an increase 0.1 to 0.3% in the non-Hamilton properties in the urban area, and then rural, you see 1.2%. So now that we've gone through all those options, and we're going to be obviously opening up the questions for myself and Mike Zagaric and Gloria Rojas on any of these options. There are some next steps. So item 6.2 is our previous report, FCS 21078B, which had all the recommendations. What you can do with that report, you can take any of these options from this report, and obviously we'll work with Stephanie Paparella, our legislative coordinator, for today's meeting and determine how we'll end up doing that. We can adopt any of the options in this report, or you could adopt a hybrid of the options in this report. So I didn't go through slide by slide of the 40 slides that were in Appendix A, B, C, and D, but in there's individual slides and tables for transit, fire, sidewalks and street lighting, recreation, and transit. So there's options in there if there was particular ones. Obviously, it would be difficult to recalculate and recast all of the numbers if there was a hybrid of those, but we would have to do that for a subsequent meeting. Or the option, I guess, is to maintain the status quo with the existing area rating as we have it in last year's following the 2021 budget. So we're here and we're available to take any questions. And like I said, we've got Gloria Rojas. I'd like to thank Gloria and Kirk Weaver for their time in this presentation and putting together all of the analysis and all the questions that we had and clarification that we had through our service providers as well.
Thank you, Brian. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And Gloria and Kirk and Brian, as always, thank you so much for turning this around so quickly and bringing it forward. I'm just going to stick to questions for now because I do have a few. So whoever can answer this, what was the average value of a home that was used to calculate these percentages, please?
I will ask Gloria to answer that question. Oh, okay, Gloria.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Gloria Rojas, Senior Tax Policy Advisor through the chair. The values that we are using are still the average for each ward, still based on the 2016 assessment cycle.
Thank you, Gloria. And so just to confirm, for Ward 15, that would be 356,000 as the average?
Approximately, yes. Those are the numbers that we have seen through the previous presentation. So yes, the same ones.
Okay. And just to confirm, there hasn't been a house sold at that value rate for probably the last 5 years. In fact, right now we're tipping 900,000 to $1 million to $2 million. My next question, on a couple of the options, I'm going to just do a general here. 3% and another one was for 1.7% in the options. Is the annual tax rate would be on top of that? Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you, Gloria. So, Chair, that would mean, if I am understanding correctly, that would mean that for a 3% increase in one of the options, say the annual rate increase was 4 to 5%, then that bumps it up to around 7 or 8%. Is that accurate?
Yes, depending on the total tax impact that comes from the budget increase, yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Gloria. What about the area rating slush funds? Which option would see the elimination of that and for the money to actually go back to the taxpayers?
The slush fund, you mean the infrastructure levy, sorry, that is now just given to the former municipality of Hamilton, to the wards within the former municipality of Hamilton?
Yes, that's correct. Sorry, I should have been more clear. It'd be for, I believe it's wards 1 to 8. So would the councillors still have the benefit of receiving, I believe it's $1.7 million a year in those individual slush funds? I'm asking because I get asked this by my residents all the time.
Chair, just point of order. It's not a slush fund. I think that's an inappropriate characterization of what it is, and we should clarify that because I think that's unfair.
So a capital fund? I'm not sure what to call it, quite
It's
frankly.
the area rating capital reserve wards 1 through actually 8 and 14. So, and thank you for the point of order and making the point of order. And I think Councillor Partridge understands that.
Yeah, and I certainly didn't mean any disrespect, but you know, I get asked these questions all the time, and I want to make sure that I'm accurate. For the transit, so transit would be assessed to all the rural area. Is that correct? Depending on which
Yes.
option.
And all the options include having all the properties in the city paying for transit.
Okay, thank you. So does that mean then that transit would then, over a period of time, be offered to all the rural area throughout the city?
I guess that will be a question for the transit department. That will be the service delivery that they provide in the future.
Thank you, Gloria. And again, I'm being asked these questions. No disrespect is needed. I know whenever, you know, the individual funds are raised for wards 1 to 8, somebody's going to jump down somebody's throat. I didn't mean that, but I am getting asked these questions and I need to be able to provide answers. So Gloria, thank you. I appreciate those answers. Thank you, Chair.
And that's great. At the appropriate time, as chair, we'll get staff to define the origins of the area rating capital reserves, but we'll wait on that. And then you can call it whatever you want. Who's next? We've got Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Farr. Thank you very much, Mayor Eisenberger, for your intervention. And maybe why don't we just quickly dovetail. Councillor Powers, I don't know if he's available. If I could ask a question through you, Deputy Mayor Farr, to my colleague, Councillor Powers, just to quickly clarify and the origin of the area rated reserve, infrastructure levy reserve for originally wards 1 to 8 to City of Hamilton, I believe goes back 10 years. And I believe Councillor Powers, you and my former colleague, Councillor Collins, had put that package and program together. I just think it's germane, Deputy Mayor Farr, in light of the earlier questions. Through you, please.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Through you, Mr. Chair, am I permitted to answer?
Please do. Yeah, please.
So back in 2010, and then ultimately when the approval was granted in 2011, Councillor Collins and I worked with the city manager, Chris Murray, to craft the area rating plan that's not before you today, but the one that is currently on the books dating to 2011. The question that specifically relates to, and it is called the infrastructure levy. I know the wards 1 through 8 like to refer to it as their infrastructure reserve, but its proper terminology is infrastructure levy. Okay. The reason it was created was that there was an agreement amongst the members on the council, all the councillors, that we would set aside discussion on area rating of transit for a minimum of 7 years. It was supposed to have come back to council 7 years out for their deliberations. In that period of time, for the benefit that the suburban municipalities receive for that, those wards of the original wards 1 through 8 would receive that infrastructure levy. When transit would be incorporated, if the decision was made to incorporate transit into area rating or doing away with area rating, that benefit towards 1 through 8 would disappear. That's the origin of that, dating back to 2010. I don't know whether there's been any changes since, but that was the rationale and the kind of the agreed to conditions for the formula.
Thank you very much, Councillor Powers, for that historical context, because contrarily to the first line of questioning, many of my constituents have asked, why haven't we eliminated area rating for transit? And I was trying to be incredibly sensitive to my suburban colleagues over the last 10 years because their taxes would go up higher if area rating for transit was eliminated. And over the years, I've been part of majorities of council that have been very sensitive to my suburban colleagues. Now, questions quickly, Deputy Mayor Farr, through you to staff. Director McMullen, thank you. Senior Tax Policy Advisor Rojas, thank you. And Manager Weaver, thank you for this update. So I just want to get clear right now before debates move forward. Brian, so all just described historically, correct? Through you, Deputy Mayor Farr?
Yeah, so through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Okay. And in terms of transit, I was trying to watch and listen carefully to all your slides. Is transit embedded in all the A's and all the B's, or can you help separate that for me as well, please? Just specifically about transit, which has always been a contentious topic. Through you, Deputy Mayor Farr?
I can start, and Gloria can correct me if she needs, but transit is eliminated or phased out from area rated and into a general levy in all of the options. So 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B, 2C, 3A, 3B, 3C, 4A, 4B, and 4C. So transit has been phased out of area rating and into a general levy based on those options over the 4 years, 6 years, 8 years, or 10 years.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. And I guess, Director McMullen, you did that based on one or two of my colleagues almost a month ago who said, look, hypothetically, if we're going to look at everything, let's include transit as well. And so that's why transit has been, I'll assume, that's the reason why transit was included in all the options as well. Okay, and lastly, for now, Deputy Mayor Farr, through you to Director McMullen. So obviously, if we were to do away with the infrastructure levy, you're showing, depending on the years phased out of it, it would mean a decrease in taxes for the old Hamilton wards plus half of 5, half of 14. Is that, first of all, correct? I read all those A's correctly, Deputy Mayor Farr, through you to the Director?
Through the chair, yeah, that's correct.
And so again, colleagues and suburban colleagues that I know probably still have angst about area rating on transit and wherever the next few hours is going to go. But again, the original purpose of the IL, the infrastructure levy, was so that that money would be used to upgrade old sidewalks, roads in our city, be available if necessary for school board land purchases, to preserve recreational amenities built by the city and or green space. And so I supported that 10 years ago. And again, that theory and principle, if we eliminate IL, is going back to reducing taxes, but then that wasn't the original purpose of it. And I'm going to keep an open mind going forward, depending on what all of council and my suburban colleagues need and my urban colleagues as well need. We're all one, but I know there'll be differences of opinion. But if there's going to be sacrifices, I have used the infrastructure levy to the best of my ability to enhance both hard and soft infrastructure in my Eastmount community. Those are my questions for now, Deputy Mayor Farr. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, question to Brian. Brian, why are we doing this? You know, I think that as I watch it, the infrastructure levy has worked well for the old city because it is the oldest infrastructure and needs the most attention. And I recognize a lot of it lately has been going into speed humps. But why are we causing all this angst again by raising, eliminating area rating? It's when it serves us so well. I mean, it's very troubling if you expect my community or any of the suburban communities to pay for transit when we don't get the service. We pay for the service we receive based on kilometers. And so we're paying our fair share for the service we received. And you know, I've said it over the last number of years. I think we get too much service in Ancaster because it makes me sick standing out in front of the municipal service center and watching all these buses go by empty. But we did put it in primarily to get transit access up to the industrial park, which benefits the whole city. But once again, those buses are not full when they come in there. What's backed up is Wilson Street with the cars making a left-hand turn into the industrial park. So you're causing all this angst. I mean, and did I, Brian, did I hear it right that even rural is going to pay for transit under all your scenarios?
So through the chair to your first question. So during last year's budget discussions and the tax policy discussion, we were asked to review and come back with some options on the area rating. So we started a series of reports on the area rating review. So we did the first one, like I said, in September 2021, and then we came back with another one in January 2022. So we were requested by council during last year's budget and tax policy discussions to come back with the report. To your second question, is transit going to pay? Sorry, are the rural areas going to pay for transit? Yeah. The answer is yes. So it'll be it'll be general. It'll be added to the general levy, phased in over the various options, the 4, 6, 8, 10, or 10 years. So those are the options that were presented as we were requested to provide at the last GIC budget meeting. I see
why didn't you go urban rural for transit? Because people in Linden or Rockton or Carluke or Alberton will never use a bus because they don't get the service, never will. So why are you putting a transit cost on the rural areas?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, if I can just respond, Mike Segarek, General Manager of Finance Corporate Services. Just as a reminder, on March 3rd, and as Brian's made reference, Director McMullen's made reference, this is the 4th area rating report that's come before committee with respect to the 2022 budget process. And the previous report, March 3rd, included staff's recommendations as it relates to some amendments to area rated services. At that March 3rd committee meeting, staff were directed to provide a subsequent report to the information report that's before committee today that just identifies a series of scenarios if area rating were to be phased out. And again, under those scenarios, various time periods. So again, we're just presenting this information that, again, identifies options with respect to phasing out area rating of some services, which is consistent with respect to agenda item 6.2, which was staff's recommendation specific to recreation, parkland, sidewalks, and street lighting. But again, 6.1 includes options beyond those services. With respect to transit, just as a reminder to committee members, and this is going back to pre-pandemic in 2019, staff did report to and I apologize if I get the name of the subcommittee wrong, but an area rating transit subcommittee. And in conjunction with transit, we identified a work plan as relates to transit area rating review. Again, this was pre-pandemic, and the transit area rating review was to coincide with the completion of the re-envision exercise, and based on the re-envision exercise, we would take direction that came out of subcommittee, committee, and council with respect to any potential realignment of services and report back as to how that would impact area ratings. So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Ferguson's 2 questions, again, we are reporting back with respect to the direction we received on March 3rd, and with respect to transit, council did establish a working group, but recognizing the last update to that working group was pre-pandemic, and recognizing that the pandemics had significant impacts on transit, and reprioritized work work plans within transit that has had an impact with respect to the re-envision exercise.
So, Mike, why are you layering on transit? I recognize from your response, this is just an information report. It's not something we've adopted. Why are you layering on the fire hit and transit to the rural areas all at once? Because if you look at 3% over the 4-year phase in, that's 12%. Or most of them is 12, a little bit more than 12%. Then on top of that, if inflation is really running at 5, and I don't know where it's going to end up, that could be an 8% increase over the next 4 years to the rural areas. And that's not fair. I remember Councillor Mula saying at the last debate where we showed big reductions to wards 1 through 8 and big increases for all the suburban municipalities, that creates a winner and a loser. And the suburban areas, based on all these options, are the big losers with no increase in service. And that's going to be a tough sell. Why wouldn't, if you're going to take away area rating of transit, then you got to spread around the infrastructure area rating, that $1.6 million per ward in ones 1 through 8. And I don't want to see you do that because I think it's used well. But you can't have it both ways. And so I'm very upset about this. It's going to just bring right back the whole amalgamation debate. And we put that behind us. And we have an area rating policy that works well. I don't hear a lot of complaints about it, other than maybe some of the suburban wards 1 through 8 wards want suburbans to pay more and receive no addition in service. And so I'm not in favor of making any changes to area rating other than the ones that I think Mike has put on his recommendation under, I have to get out of the screen, but I think it's item 6.2, where he identifies, streetlights, I think was one, sidewalks was one, but transit isn't touched, nor is the infrastructure area rating. And, this fire is going to be just I can't understand the principle. If you're protecting less homes, why is the price going up? If you're protecting a lot less homes, get rid of some of the apparatus in the stations. Don't just keep everything the same when you're protecting a lot less homes or a lot less farms. And so whether it's a composite service in the rural areas or totally volunteer, you're not going to get any increase in service, but you're going to pay about 2% per year more for a number of years in order to allow the fire department to keep the exact same apparatus with servicing a lot of less homes because they've been moved into the urban area due to urban expansion. So the whole thing is very upsetting. It's going to cause a war. And I would like to just keep the peace. Don't have winners and losers. I'm afraid I'll lose my temper here, so I'm trying to hold myself back. But I'm incredibly uncomfortable with this, trying to sell an extra 12% increase to urban areas or rural suburban areas. Well, wards 1 through 8 get a big reduction.
Yeah. So
I just have big trouble with that.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, just while Councillor Ferguson takes a deep breath, I'll just, as he's made reference to 6.2, the staff recommendation, Councillor Ferguson, staff are recommending in consultation with fire services and Chief Cunliffe, recognizing that the area rating of fire services currently doesn't align to delivery model that Hamilton Fire Services bases the service on. Is we see the opportunity to work with Hamilton Fire Services and look at the realignment from urban rural to effectively a full-time volunteer and composite that better resembles how services are delivered and service levels across those 3 bands. So as Councillor Ferguson's made reference to fire services, I just wanted to highlight under agenda item 6.2, I appreciate we're under agenda item 6.1, but wanting to identify that is included as a staff recommendation.
Yes, and I appreciate that, Mike. I've just pulled it up on my screen. So it looks like you want to go forward with elimination of area rating for sidewalk and snow removal, street lighting, recreation, parkland dedication. And that's it for 2022, correct?
And then
For
you're
you,
at
Mr.
time.
Deputy Mayor, yes, with a review of fire services to coincide with the 2023 budget process.
So you're not recommending eliminating the infrastructure area rating monies of $1.6 million per year for each year for wards 1 through 8, and you're not looking at eliminating area rating of transit right now. That's not your recommendation, correct?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that's correct. And coming back to transit, again, we're being consistent with what we reported in 2019, which was to look at transit area rating in conjunction with the re-envision exercise.
Okay, Councillor Ferguson, that's time for now. You can come back. Comments are much appreciated and understood and anticipated even in some cases. So we can welcome you back, and keeping in mind as well, we're questioning Brian on his presentation. So questions or comments.
I understand all that,
Yeah,
Mr.
that's
Chairman, and I appreciate the fact that my time's up and I need to cool down a bit, but I don't need to be talked down to, if you will, because this is just not fair. Thanks.
I apologize if I left that impression. I certainly did not mean to, but I do appreciate where you're coming from. Thank you. Next up, Councillor Wilson. Questions for Brian?
Well, I'd like to debate the report, but I don't know when in this we have to address some of these principles that are being proposed, that there are winners and losers and that this is not fair. And I think if I have an opportunity to ask some questions that are sort of in behind the numbers of the report, I would appreciate that opportunity, Chair, because I will argue that there are some values in and behind that underpin taxation. And they're related to issues of fairness. And I would argue that the present system is not fair to the residents of Ward 1 through to 8. And it's been going on that way for a long time. And Councillor Ferguson, respectfully, I did not interrupt you. Was not animated when you spoke, even though I found some of your statements to be not plausible. And I would request that you afford me the same courtesy.
Okay, hold on.
I never said a thing.
No, you didn't.
Talking. I was putting my hands behind my head.
All right, everyone chill. Just a second here. As chair, I'm well aware, having chaired these meetings before when we're talking area rating, where things can head. Same as LRT earlier. So I, as chair, need to keep everybody in line. If you all want to start the debate now, because it's kind of heading that way, I got no problem with that, but let me know. Somebody move a motion and move something up and talk to the clerk and see if that's okay. If not, we're at a point now where, again, every time I leave a little latitude, it can turn into the debate anyway. So I should probably put the brakes on that right now, unless somebody wants to move a motion to change this agenda around a little bit. Right now, we're just looking for clarity. I don't mind the odd comment. As you asked the questions, Councillor Wilson, you made a good point. There's stories behind the numbers that we're seeing. I get that. A line or two about that, and then later on you can expand when we get to the debate. But ultimately, we've had a presentation. The first few folks asked questions to the presenter. Let's try to keep it there unless someone wants to move a motion to get right into the debate now. Otherwise, it's just going to get ugly. We all are grown-ups and we know that's where that's headed. So hopefully you appreciate what I'm saying there, Councillor Wilson, unless you want to move a motion to start the debate now. I do have a speakers list, which is something to keep in mind as well.
No, I appreciate that. But I would like to go back because Councillor Powers was asked about the history of something. And if I could, and I'll look to you, Chair, because there is some information that is absent from the underpinning of this. If I'm able to ask Mr. Zagirik, or if I'm able to ask Mr. McMullen some questions about the time the theory in behind taxation, because to me, that's critical to this debate. If you would prefer I keep it to the debate, I'm more than happy to do that.
I see
What would
that
your
as
preference be?
perfectly relevant. So go ahead. Is that to Brian?
Well, so you're saying yes?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. So to Brian or to Mr. Zagirik, prior to the implementation of the Fair Municipal Finance Act in 1988, what was the landscape like in Ontario, and why was that legislation ushered in? What was it seeking to correct?
Brian or Mike or former ministers with us too. Whoever wants to. Hey there, Mike, come on on.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So at that time, there were a series of legislative changes that the then provincial government was introducing to try to align some fairness as relates to property taxes and property tax burden. Clearly, shifting to current market valuations in terms of assessment had an impact across properties across various municipalities. And again, it was recognized that reassessment and MPAC's approach to valuing properties would have an impact. But with respect to tax policies, there was a recognition that property taxes is a regressive form of taxation, and looking at opportunities, whether through user fees or opportunities to look at how property taxes were determined in order to try to achieve some equity as it relates to property taxes as a taxation tool. So again, equity, I would say fairness and equity were some principles, and coinciding with that policy review, there were some legislative changes that contributed to some significant shifts across municipalities, within a municipality, across classes, including CVA. And again, municipalities relied on some tools, and area rating was one of those tools, for instance, that the City of Hamilton relied on post-amalgamation.
Right. Thank you. Through the chair. So there was this hodgepodge, a patchwork of municipal policies, and property assessments or valuations were inconsistent between municipalities and also within. And so it was deemed that there would be one authority to perform all the assessment and create a number of realty taxes. And that was done on the basis of for the purpose of fairness. I remember in West Hamilton, some properties were evaluated according to the years 1940. And in downtown, those properties were evaluated according to the year of 1970. Well, that worked pretty well when there was a boom. But then when economic conditions shifted and the downtown started to suffer, it became clear it was clearly adding to some of the economic woes of that area. And that's what it was trying to correct. Because of the value and the dominant principle of fairness. That act coincided exactly at the same time of amalgamation. An area rating was put in place to try and generally and gently ease into that marriage. But regrettably, those 13 area rated services, more than any other place in Ontario, persisted. So on the basis and that principle of fairness, I would like to ask you, Mr. McMullen, what you didn't provide in your report on the principle of fairness is that of the ability to pay and average household income. Would you be able to tell me to your knowledge, whether wards 1 through to 8 have below average income for what is the Hamilton average?
So through the chair, I don't know if I have that information handy. Mike, I don't know if you know it or if Gloria has that as part of the BMA study that we receive information on.
Through you,
I'm
Mr. Deputy Mayor, we have reported it. I'd have to look. Councillor Wilson may recall, and Councillor Nain, I believe Councillor Nain and Councillor Wilson asked for that information when we provided some information on taxation and arrears and just looking at households and whether there was a correlation with household income. So it has been provided in the past. I don't have that information readily available, and it would be somewhat aged. I believe it would likely be 2016 census information.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be cute. It is on the city's website. We all have a ward profile that's available to residents of our ward. And of our 15 wards, wards 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 all have below the average income for households. Wards 9 through to 15 are above that average income. And so I'll only speak to my own ward. When we look at property tax as a percentage of that income, it's 4.11%. That speaks to the ability to, for us to pay. Fairness is not based on the value of your property. So whether you have a large property out in Ancaster or Waterdown, you are assessed higher because of the value, but the fairness equates to your income. So to that point, in Ward 15, property tax as a percentage of income is 3.45% compared to 4.11%. In Councillor Nan's ward, it's 3.02%. The ability to pay and the equity is critical to tax. It underpins tax policy, particularly property tax policy. So that's why I was stating at the beginning of my remarks that there are winners and losers, but they're the folks who are paying disproportionately for a system that was designed to, we were designed to transition out of it many, many years ago. And according to the proportionate of their income, they're still paying a disproportionate amount of property taxes because we haven't transitioned out of what was supposed to be a temporary measure when amalgamation and CVA collided. So it would be a difficult discussion for me to have with Ward 1 residents of why is it in their interest to further prolong that inequality. Thanks.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a few questions for clarity so that I know I'm on the right page. So hypothetically speaking, if we were to eliminate area rating over 4 years, the charts that were provided show the change to the rural component versus the urban component. And it's a significant tax increase. So can I ask, if we were to adopt that policy, how much new revenue would the city of Hamilton receive as a result of that change in tax policy?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'll start, and if I've omitted something, I'll invite Brian to add. It's a great question because I don't believe we've highlighted this through previous presentations. Again, area rating is a tax tool as it relates to distributing the cost of delivering municipal services. if through any of the options that is before committee through the information report or through 6.2, if any of those options were to be adopted, and I'll try to be very clear, any of those, the adoption of any of those options would be revenue neutral to the city in that the cost of the services would remain consistent. It's just who would be paying those costs would change across those various options. So again, as it relates to area rated services, the adoption of the various options, if they're shifting, for instance, as Councillor Clark's highlighted, from urban to rural, the overall cost of those services remains the same. It's just those property owners who pay the costs would face differing burdens. In the case of urban, as it relates to former city of Hamilton, they would see a decrease. In the case of rural, they would see an increase. And it's not a corresponding increase because, again, this is based on assessed value, and you can appreciate in a rural area where you haven't the density, you have less assessment base, and so percentage-wise, the magnitude of the increases are much greater.
So there's no new revenue that would come out of the decision to eliminate area rating, regardless of any machinations as to how we eliminate area rating. It does not create new money. Is that correct?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that's correct. The only option that would represent not new revenue to the city, but a decrease in tax burden would be the elimination of the special infrastructure levy.
Which I don't think is on the table at the moment. At least I don't hear anyone pushing for it. With regards to, so let me look to revenue generation side of our tax policies. We do development charges on new development that's coming in. More recently, I recall the transit development charges increased from about 3% to about 11% of the development charge per housing unit. Is that a fairly accurate calculation?
Yeah. So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'll trust Councillor Clark probably has a better recall in terms of that particular component of the DC, but absolutely each and every update to the DC bylaw, principally because of inflation, development charges have been increasing.
And so let's look at Ward 9, where I think it was about 9-10% of the total growth for the city. Assessment growth was in Ward 9, which doesn't come as a surprise. Some would think it would be higher, given all the construction that we have. But with that assessment growth, and with those increases in the DCs from 3% to 11% for the transit development charges, it's a reasonable assumption that Ward 9 is contributing significantly to the transit DC reserve fund that's going to be utilized for transit expansion.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Clark's identified two items there, so I'll try to break down each of those two items. As it relates to DCs, absolutely, those areas that are seeing growth, whether it's in Ward 9, Ward 15, and to some extent in the lower city, is those developments are contributing development charges that goes towards the infrastructure necessary to facilitate and service that development. Councillor Clark also made reference to assessment, how the city of Hamilton applies assessment, because it may vary from municipality to municipality. So again, what is before you in the recommendations report and the amendments is we're reporting net assessment growth of 1.2%. How the city of Hamilton applies assessment growth, and that would represent in excess of $10 million, about $11 million. We apply that to reduce the tax burden. So we take that $11 million and that benefits all taxpayers. And so I just wanted to, as Councillor Clark's identified two issues, I just wanted to respond to each of those two issues.
And so if this was that statue, you know, with the, I'm not Lady Justice and kind of weighing out both sides, on one side, we weigh out the impacts of area rating, which is a simple tax shift, which has no revenue
changes, no additional revenue. And when we look at transit development charges or development charges in general based on assessment growth, we see actual revenue happening. So while some would argue that the urban area was supporting the suburban area, and this will be a long-standing argument for many years into the future with people arguing it around beers at a bar, I'm sure. But the reality is the assessment growth, for the most part, excluding Ward 2, has been happening in the suburban areas. And as a result, we're seeing more assessment growth, more taxes, which surely was meant in the original plan of the area rating that eventually you can wean off of the area rating program because the assessment growth is brought in an equal or more value. That was the intent some 20 some odd years ago around that table when folks were discussing the beginning of area rating. So I just want to make it clear, because I'm hearing from people in the public, well, if we eliminate area rating, think of how much more bus service we'll have. Well, no, there's no additional revenue for that bus service. In fact, the additional revenue for the bus service is coming from assessment growth. The additional value for bus service is coming from transit development charges. So in my mind, and I may be alone on this, what we have before us today is working. And if one wants to begin to eliminate area rating, then start doing it through a phased out process. But clearly, based on the numbers that Mr. Zagaric and Brian provided us, to eliminate area rating all at once is untenable. And candidly, to eliminate area rating, even with a 10-year phase-in, when you look at the tax shift to the rural area, it's going to be untenable, especially given that interest rates are going up. The cost of inflation is rising significantly. If Canada gets even a portion of what's happening down in the States, we're going to have some real challenges with our economy. I'm not sure this is the best time to be rallying around eliminating area rating completely. So I'm keen to have some discussion about starting that process, but based on the numbers that are here, I can't see me supporting doing all of it now. That the tax shift would just be, I don't know how I would be able to justify that to the rural residents in my ward.
All right, you're on 525. So
thank you. That their taxes would be going up so significantly, and as Councillor Ferguson has indicated, absolutely no increase in service. If you can put me back on, I have one question about the fire department, because I'm still trying to understand where we are with that 10-year capital plan. Thank you.
Will do. Thanks, Councillor. Next, Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I guess I'll start by just putting my cards on the table. Option 1A, the elimination of area rating and the maintenance of the wards 1 through 8 and part of 14 infrastructure levy. That's my intention. I think I've been consistent all along that would be my intention. Having said that, looking at a 0.9% tax decrease for the residents that I represent, if that was implemented, means that they've been paying 1%, 0.9%, 1% extra tax since amalgamation for the last 20 years. So if we're talking about, the impact on the rural areas, if we were to eliminate that, well, the taxpayers that we represent in the urban areas have been overpaying for 20 years. Now, I don't want to get into, the amalgamation, the urban versus rural and all that, even though I already have. My question through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to either Mr. McMullen or Mr. Zagaric, is the area rating for transit that is presented in the report is area rating for transit spread out over the entire city, rural urban equally everywhere. I think you've already stated that, but I just want to make clear for my understanding.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Yes, when staff refer to general levy, just for the benefit of committee and the public, general levy represents the distribution of cost across the whole city.
Thank you. So if I recall back to the area rating for transit subcommittee that was struck in 2019, there was one initial report that was filed for that subcommittee, and there was 3 options in there. And the one was transit area rating equal for the entire city. There was like a 50-50 one. And then there was also one that reallocated the area rating for transit to exclude the truly rural areas. So there was a shift to the urbanized areas of the amalgamated municipalities to the urbanized areas of Waterdown, Dundas, Ancaster, Binbrook, and Stony Creek. But it excluded the rural areas that don't receive transit and never will receive transit. And if I recall, the tax shift for the wards 1 to 8 was about the same as whether it was split evenly, but there is a significant difference to those rural areas that are truly rural, but splitted the transit cost to the urbanized areas, which could then benefit from the additional transit service. So in the spirit of compromise, would that be something that we could consider, that option? So to keep the exclusion for the rural areas?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I can't exactly recall what was presented in 2019, but I'll share various models that have been shared with committee and councils in the past. What I recall is principally three models. One is status quo, area rating transit urban rural. One is effectively the option that's in the information report, which is a phase out or elimination of transit area rating. And the third one was a split in terms of how transit in part is funded, in part through area rating, in terms of urban rural, but also in part through assessment. And in the past, it might have been 50-50. So 50-50 based on the urban rural and then 50% on assessment, which would in part capture the rural properties. And again, by rural, this is rural based on the definition of the transit boundary. So it would in part capture the rural property owners and in part would maintain status quo. I would describe it as a bit of a hybrid between the area rating and the general levy. Effectively, you're marrying those two principles up, and that provides you a bit of that hybrid model.
Thank you. And if I recall from the earlier discussion on this, area rating for transit was one of the services that is typically some municipalities still have in the municipal scan that we did, and it was an urban rural split. Am I remembering that correctly?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'm going to rely on the expertise of Senior Policy Advisor Royas. Gloria has far more experience and knowledge in terms of what other jurisdictions practice.
Thank you. Through the chair. Yes, transit is one of the most common area rated services among the municipalities that still have services. And having a model that is urban rural is also the most common model for area rating of transit.
And that's Ontario, Gloria, or Canada?
Yes,
okay.
Thank you. So again, just to put my cards on the table, I would be open to that kind of compromise if council was looking for that, to keep that exemption for the truly rural areas. And then so we would maintain a form of area rating for transit, we'd eliminate the area rating exemptions that are for the urbanized areas of the former municipalities, and then we would also maintain the infrastructure levy area rating and keep the spirit of what the initial intention was for that with area rating for transit. So I'm just offering up that as an option for discussion. There's a slide in the transit area rating report from 2019. It's slide 31 that has the tax impacts for that. If anybody's interested, thank you.
Thank you, and that is good timing. 4:15. Councillor Marula, I saw you raise your hand earlier, so I put you down on the speakers list. I can't see the chat, so.
I appreciate that. No worries. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me start off just by saying, with respect to the history of the infrastructure reserve, I think it's important that we look back and factually outline what occurred. At that time, since amalgamation, we were at an impasse with our suburban colleagues, for the exception of one or two. On our side, that is, because we had a couple of members of council on our side of the table, meaning the old city of Hamilton proper, that was selling out the city of Hamilton, basically siding with the suburbs all the time. And I'm not trying to be contentious, because I'm not talking about anybody that's on council right now. But having said that, what occurred was we got to an impasse because I continually brought forward motions to eliminate area rating. And by turning that over and over and over again, the impasse became even worse. And as you can see by Councillor Ferguson's reaction to this issue, you can only imagine how much more anger he had 10, 12, 13 years ago. But all of the suburban colleagues felt that way. Even at the beginning of amalgamation, it was pretty hate-filled towards the inner city. And it's all documented. So we got to that impasse, but Chad was assigned from the old city of Hamilton. Russ was assigned for our suburban colleagues to talk amongst ourselves to come up with a solution, some sort of compromise. So the suburban colleagues said specifically, as long as the old city of Hamilton does not benefit from a tax decrease, we're okay, almost like vindictively. That is a true story. So I said to Chad, because we're in the middle of a lot of flooding in East Hamilton, and I said, you know what? If you want to play that game, so be it. Let's put the money towards infrastructure, meaning sewers, I was thinking, but roads, sidewalks, and so on. So he went back to Russ, who then went back to his colleagues, and we had talked amongst ourselves. Tom was involved, Bernie, obviously. We had our position. They came back and they said, fine. But we're almost repeating our history here, because we have suburban colleagues saying, well, as long as taxes we don't benefit the inner city, we'll go that way. Come on, guys. Let's try to find a solution. I'm not running again. So I'm really, truly not politicizing this. And I could very well do so, but I'm not going to. But let's not repeat history. Let's do the right thing. I know it's a tax shift, but that tax shift will enable public transit to expand in the suburban area, because at present, you've created a two-tier public system. One that exists in the inner city, where perceptually, if you live in the suburbs, you're rich and you don't need public transit. And those of us that are poor in the inner city, it doesn't work. I was born and raised here. I'll tell you, public transit and the branding here sucks. It always has. Toronto, on the other hand, great. Why? Because of this attitude, because of the split between the suburban and the city. And Councillor Clark, with all due respect, all assessment growth is not created equal. Residential assessment growth kills us financially. Look at Ward 4 East Hamilton. Our number one circle, and everyone should focus in on, is our commercial and industrial, because every dollar we collect from that, we can then subsidize you back up there for all the other stuff you need, like parks and rec centers and policing and fire. Folks, let's stop the politicizing and the separation. Let's just try to find a solution. And I understand if I was sitting in a seat representing the suburban area, running it, going into an election, I would be saying the same thing. But let's try to, now, acknowledging that, let's just try to find a compromise between both positions. And that's all I ask. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I believe this is questions, correct, sir?
You're buffering, but I can
I'm sorry.
hear you clearly.
Can you hear me all right?
I hear you fine.
Thank you. I believe this was questions, correct, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, well, quite clearly, as chair, I've let it slide just a little. It tends to happen when we have contentious debates, especially on budget items.
Thank you, sir. So if I could to Brian then. Brian, just can you clarify, because I'm confused, what is the annual, I think there are a couple amounts, the infrastructure levy, that total annually, because I think you mentioned it's 13.6 million?
So through the chair, 13.4 million.
Okay. And that's what per ward? Just as information, I just want to make sure I got consistent information.
Yeah, so through the chair, so it's not equal per ward. So when we had the ward boundary review and the new ward boundaries, and there's Hamilton properties now in wards 14, 10, and 9, we then had to come up with a new methodology to split that $13.4 million. So now it is based on assessment. And I don't have that information handy. I know I have an email from it regarding that from yesterday. I can pull up if you'd like to know the amount that is provided to each of those words. I can pull that up if you'd like.
No, you answered my question because I couldn't, when I was using the amount you had dividing and it wasn't working, and I forgot the grade with the word boundary change. That's correct. Thank you for that. And I think Councillor Clark was going to touch on this as well. So now I'm a little bit confused. What happens to the status of the area rating on fire that we implemented last year?
So through the chair, so today's report is the information report with a number of options, right? So, and those options are phasing out what we did last year, essentially. That would be a phase out over 4, 6, 8, and 10 years. The other report, which is item 6.2, which was the report that we brought to the previous meeting, that's where we have some options, and that was discussed earlier. So there are some options in that report to move forward with a review of the fire area rating service during this year for the 2023 budget year.
Thank you for that. And just, I just want to clarify, because I know way back at one of our almost first budget meetings. So right now we know that our assessment, property value assessments are valued at 2016 rates. Their MPAC is not anticipating doing a reassessment till 2024, correct? Through you, Mr. Chairman?
I'll answer that as far as I don't think we've officially been told when MPAC is actually going to do their next assessment. They have not advised us yet.
Okay, but again, so the assessments right now are only based on 2016. And the reason I ask this is we have to remember in context of the percentages on these reports, they're based on the average market value assessment of properties in the ward, correct?
Gloria can confirm, please.
Chair, that is correct. Thank you. So when the assessments go up, tell me how this balances out, that it doesn't technically mean an increase to taxpayers. So now you're assessed at a home assessed at 600,000, and whenever the next assessment comes in is assessed at $1 million. So there's a shift, and I know it has to do with the mill rate, and there's a whole calculation. How does that balance out?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I can try to answer that question. So as it relates to reassessment during a reassessment period, previous practice was the reassessment periods were over a 4-year period. And so any changes in assessed value were phased in equally over that 4-year period. Typically, what we've experienced in the past is while all property values increase, property values within a ward, the increase will vary. So some will increase at a higher rate than the average, some will increase at a lower rate than the average. Properties across wards will have different experiences. Some wards, the increase will be greater than the citywide average, some will be less than the citywide average. And then properties across classes, so for instance, residential versus commercial industrial will vary. Reassessment is revenue neutral for municipalities. When assessed values increase, municipalities are required to reduce the tax rate and to demonstrate to the province that the city is not benefiting from increased assessed values. So effectively, there's two parts to the equation. Assessed values increase, tax rates decrease, and so that it is revenue neutral for municipalities. So again, there will be some property owners who will see a higher tax burden, some property owners that will see a lower tax burden, and then we see differences across classes. So residential in the last reassessment period, 2012 through 16, we saw an additional 0.5% for residential property owners each and every year because of the strong housing market, and we are in the midst of an unprecedented strong housing market, and one can assume we'll experience a similar outcome through the next reassessment period.
Thank you. You elaborate that so very well, Mike. I think you practice it in your sleep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Those are my questions.
Mayor Fred Eisenberger.
Maintain some latitude because it's been an interesting exercise. So you know, I do appreciate the clarity around reassessment is not new revenue. It's a balancing of revenue. So people, you know, automatically assume that if the property gets reassessed, all of a sudden their taxes go through the roof. That is not accurate, because we changed our mill rate accordingly so that it for all intents and purposes revenue neutral. Maybe differences between areas, but overall it should be a revenue neutral picture for the city of Hamilton in terms of revenue. And equally, you know, going back to kind of the foundation of, you know, how did we end up with an area rated levy? It was to avoid a tax increase in the suburban area. I mean, that was the bottom line. It was, yes, we'll give you we'll give you the levy as long as you don't pass on a tax increase to the suburban areas. Back, you know, 11, 12, almost, how long ago was it, Russ? 11 years ago? In any event, and how did we get here? And I think Councillor Ferguson kind of raised it. You know, quite frankly, Councillor Clark actually threw it on the table that, you know, let's have a look at what, you know, phasing out all area rating looks like over a 10-year period. And to be honest, I jumped on that opportunity to see what it looks like. And I have to be honest, I'm not particularly fond of how it looks either. You know what? We've gone through the exercise. I'm more than happy at the appropriate time to move that this information in this report gets delivered to the first budget round of the next council for them to review and assess and you know, find compromise. And I think the compromise today is the original recommendation that our staff put forward on the table, which speaks to progress on area rating of sidewalks, speaks to progress on area rating on snow removal, speaks to progress on area rating on the Parkland acquisition once the internal debt has been paid off. I think that's a step forward that we should all you know, seize and appreciate. And I don't think we should be fearful of the information that we're seeing here today. Because it, you know, I think we all want to spend it in a number of different ways, but the reality is that there are disparities. But that's okay. I think over the long run, it's about how do we continue to accommodate and stay unified and continue to work through the kind of opportunity that amalgamation afforded, which I still overall, in the grand scheme of things, an overriding benefit for all municipalities. So I'm interested in continuing to move forward, taking progress where we can get it. I think the original recommendation that staff put forward is progress. And so at the appropriate time, Mr. Chair, I would recommend that we set this information aside for a future council meeting. First budget in 2023 could be a time where they could have continuing discussions on additional area rating changes. I don't know that I want to go down that road today. Don't think we can sort it out for this budget round, quite frankly. We're at the end of the budget process, not the beginning. If we wanted to get down this road, we probably should have had this information a long, long time ago, so we could have had more robust discussions to work this through. And so I'm not fearful of the information. I don't regret that we got it on the table. It is useful information that at some point is going to be needed to take another step in terms of the area rating divide that still exists, but you know, there's an appropriate time for every bit of progress that we do. So I see the original recommendation as good, positive progress, and you know, maintaining the area rating levy, which still avoids a decrease in the suburban area, and the only way that we actually, and you know, I know that, you know, some of our environmental folks that are, you know, passionate about public transit would have characterized that if we decided to even out area rating across the board, the only way that it becomes a net benefit is if the old city of Hamilton does not take the tax decrease. Then you would generate some additional revenue that could possibly expand our transit system. Having said that, we're already, you know, putting significant resources into expansion of our transit system to the tune of $500 million, as well as the LRT that isn't costing the municipality actual dollars, but certainly is providing, you know, huge transit opportunity and benefits. So I appreciate the information. I think it's a picture that I don't know that we're ready to, I don't think it's a leap that we're ready to take. And I'm more than happy to go with the original recommendation and support it. And that's the direction I will take. And so at the appropriate time, if you want to come back to me, I will move that we defer this information for the next budget round in 2023 for the next council, whoever they are.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. And I will come back to you to receive the staff presentation and refer the matter to the 2023 budget. You're making the first offer of a motion, notwithstanding we've heard from a number of people so far. So I will come back to you after two more speakers. First time in Councillor Johnson, and then back to Councillor Clark with his question on the fire.
Yep, thank you. And my sympathies go out to you, Deputy Mayor. Having sat through one yesterday, I can appreciate your chairing, and you're doing a great job. I have a couple of questions about the presentation, and then I have some questions about the report. So I think, in keeping with the spirit of what's been happening, would you like me to wait for my questions about the report and the recommendations, or can I ask them all in one?
Oh, now you've got Paparella signaling me. Clerk Stephanie. No, we're on a presentation. Actually, we're not even on a report right now. But go ahead, Clerk.
Okay. Let me. If you can just put me on the list for the report, that would be great. Then, please.
Okay.
Okay. So my questions to Brian about his presentation. So Brian, I'm a little confused. I've probably just the way it's been worded, and I've heard it worded a few times. I just need to know. To eliminate all the area rating funds, infrastructure funds, is it the A list or the B list I'm looking at?
So through the chair, all of them eliminating, so phasing out, we're calling it, right? So phasing out the area rated levies and moving them to the general levy.
Correct.
That is the option 1, 2, 3, and 4. The 1A, 1B, sorry, the 1A, 2A, 3A, and 4A.
So those the A list.
So the A list, the A list keeps the infrastructure levy for the former Hamilton.
Keeps. Okay, I thought that was right. And the B list is the one that eliminates.
The one that eliminates it, yes.
Correct. Thank you. So I heard Councillor Pearson ask my question, but I really didn't understand it very well, the answer again, and please don't blame anybody but me here. So last year, the fire chief came in and said, we've reevaluated services across the city, and we realized that there are places that have part-time when they should have had full-time and vice versa. And that all got sorted out. And the increase was so large that we had to do it in a 4-year phase. Do any of these figures we see right now reflect the increase that the suburbs are putting up with right now from last year's adjustments?
So through the chair, this information report, as opposed to the item 6.2, right, which is the report from last time. So this information takes the 2021, what was approved in 2021 budget, and then just then in case of fire, then it shows the phase out over those 4, 6, 8, and yeah.
Okay.
For 10 years.
And my next question is to Gloria. By the way, I don't know if this is politically correct, but Gloria, I love your accent. I could hear you speak all day long. I just seriously love it. So Gloria, I heard you say that the value of the home, when you were answering Councillor Partridge's question, the amount was $345,000, or did each ward had a different value of the home that you got your percentages based on. So that was in, what year was that value of the home taken?
Through the chair, and thank you for your compliment.
Okay, I just want to make sure you weren't offended. Keep talking.
This is based on the 2016 assessment value, assessment date, right? That was phased out to 2020. In the tables that you see, the percentages were calculated based on the assessment value, on the average assessment value of each ward. And I believe I was wrong with the assessment for Ward 15. So what we have is 518,100, Councillor. The average for the city is 382,000.
So, Gloria, would it be fair to say now that the real estate has absolutely gone ballistic? Because my son bought a home in Ward 4, loves it there, and it was valued at under 200,000, and he was lucky to get it for 500,000 last year. So, wouldn't it be fair to say that the figures that we're looking at right now, the percent increase today that we're looking at right now, I would think it'd be fair to say we could maybe double or even triple those amounts given what assessment is going to be coming through?
Not necessarily, because as Mike explained, there is going to be some properties that are going to be above the average and some properties that are going to be below the average. When we have the first reassessment, then we're going to lower all the rates because, as we have explained, this reassessment is revenue neutral. So
right. So if it's so if it's the same percentage across the city, then there's no increase, right? As long as, but depending on where the increases are coming from. But I still think it's probably fair to say that this percentages probably would increase a little bit. It's not maybe the true what we would see now.
It's very hard to know right now because we don't have any information of how the assessment is going to play out. We don't even know when this is going to be. So it's very hard for me to give you an answer.
Right. And I think that's where the angst for a lot of people is that the increase of their home value, which this $500,000 home now, I'm sure he could sell it for another 120,000 more. Okay, so those are my questions just for this presentation. And so, oh, sorry, one last one. So Brian, just hinging on what Councillor Danko said about some of the recommendations coming out of the area rating committee was that the increase in tax or the elimination of area rating for transit would only reflect in the transit mapping. Is it possible to look at those figures, what that would look like if it was just to keep the full transit taxes to anyone in every area that receives transit? So anyways, just looking at the transit map so that the true rural properties like Blackheath and Sinclairville, who will never see a bus in your and my lifetime. So is it possible to take a look at the transit map and reflect that area rating increase just based on the transit map?
So I'll let Gloria through the chair. So the current allocation is based on kilometers driven within the transit boundary, right? So,
right. So just eliminating kilometers and just making it a straight
just
transit.
yeah. So
Yes.
as services changes and goes into different parts of the city, then the kilometers driven within, like under the current model, then the kilometers driven in those communities then would then increase. We do a 3-year phase in of that so that you don't get hit with the the impact in that particular year. So that's the model that we have right now. So it's not. So the service is not being driven on who can afford to pay. The service is where the transit wants to have the service delivered, right?
Okay, but that's my question. Can we drill it down so that those receiving that service, whether it be in kilometers, area rating, it's part-time service, full-time service, everybody pays the same amount as long as they're getting that service in that and I'm looking at the transit map because it doesn't matter. When you look at a transit map, it doesn't say Ancaster's paying by the kilometer or Rymal Road's paying by the kilometer. It just shows you where the transit map is. So could we just base it on the transit map?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, yes, I think what Councillor Johnson is asking is similar to what Councillor Danko made reference to earlier. So the model where it could be either, again, status quo, it could be general levy within the urban boundary, so based on assessed values, or it could be a hybrid of those two. And I know Gloria's worked on those models in the past, going back to 2019 to the transit subcommittee. So again, those are all options. I believe those were options that Gloria helped to develop in 2019 to the Transit Area Rating Subcommittee, and we could bring that information and update that information if the direction was to provide updated information to coincide with the 2023 budget process. We could do that.
Thank you. And if the good mayor wants to put that motion forward, I'd be happy to second it. Again, I'm going to wait for the report to come forward. I still have some questions for that, Deputy Mayor, and I do have a lot of history that we researched about the area rating since its inception. So thank you very much. I'd be happy to be put back on the list. Thank you.
All right, second time, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So I have two questions. One is if, again, hypothetically, if we eliminate the area rating for transit, it doesn't really matter in which model that we're talking about, but phasing it or not phasing it. There has been an argument put, and I think the mayor alluded to it earlier, that wards 1 through 8, they could just decide not to reduce the taxes regarding transit and keep that extra money to utilize it for additional transit. And to me, it kind of sounds, and I don't mean to be crass, but it kind of sounds like that suggestion is let's eliminate area rating, but then create an area rating fund. Can I just get someone's comment on that, Mr. Deputy Mayor?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Clark's absolutely right. And that if there was an interest to forego the tax relief in that scenario Councillor Clark's described in the former city of Hamilton, and for instance, rather than redirect those proceeds to the special infrastructure levy, but to reinvest it in transit, you're by default reinstating transit area rating, because the only way you can reinvest that into transit is to say there is a higher level of service or a higher cost associated with that service within the former city of Hamilton. So again, you can't opt out of area rating and then opt back into area rating. So again, that is not afforded to the former city of Hamilton. And I appreciate there have been similar questions in the past from the community. And again, legislatively, we would have to show either a higher level of service or a higher cost. In effect, we would be opting back into area rating for transit.
Thank you. And so can I ask, with regards to the fire budget and the 10-year capital plan, I'm trying to understand where we are now, now that there is an urban boundary that has been set and the new fire station that was proposed at Rymal and Upper Centennial Parkway. was predicated on the additional development in Elfrida. I'm trying to understand where we are with the plan for the fire department vis-a-vis that particular station, and how we're going to deal with the development charges for it, et cetera, if we no longer need that station and we're just going to expand the services at the Heritage Green Station. Not sure if the right person is here to answer that question, but it's been gnawing at me. There he is.
So Fire Chief Dave Cunliffe, through the chair to the councillor. So councillor, absolutely right. So in the 10-year plan, we identified the need based on the Elfrida development that was proposed, and based on the increased in terms of the risk profile and the development, that we would be needing additional resources to sustain the current level of service that's being provided in that area. Based on the decision that that is on hold or has been deferred, we have started to look at what we need to do based on the current development that has happened and is still happening in the ward, excluding of the Elfrida piece. So we have, as you know, as part of the 10-year plan, already deployed a daytime crew to help with some of with the service delivery to be able to ensure our response times and our effective firefighting and rescue force that we need to be able to deal with the various situations. So it's our intent at this point, based on current circumstance, to look at the Isaac Brock and Mud Street station in the next year or so. And look at using existing development charges that have been collected for the area to look at some form of renovation expansion to be able to house the resources that we currently have. If at such time there is a change in direction that Elfrida then starts to pick up, we would then be looking, obviously, using the development charges as the basis of any further expansion to deal with that relative to a second station in the Upper Stony Creek area.
And I'm glad you asked that because, or mentioned that, because I was going to ask the corollary, which is if at some point a future council of Hamilton decides, say 10 years from now, to modify the urban boundary because of pressures or whatever the rationale is, then we would re-examine that 10-year plan based on that additional development pressure that would be added to the Elfrida area. Is that a fair statement?
So through the chair to the councillor, absolutely. So the 10-year plan is revolving. It's on an annual basis we look at it. We are doing that across the city. So not just in the areas where we had previously identified in the plan where we needed to increase resources to maintain service, but we're watching that. And we are evaluating each of the areas where change is happening relative to the risk profile, the probability of that risk, and our ability to maintain service. So on an annual basis, we're looking at that, and we'll continue to look at that as we move forward.
Thank you. Those are my questions, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And can I ask at the appropriate time when the motion is being put up forward that we're going to be voting on, can we get that on the screen? So there's so many iterations of where we could go. I'd like to see it on the screen. Thank you.
Well, right now it's receive the presentation and refer the matter to the 2023 budget process, but I think Clerk Paparella can accommodate that. We still have, we have Mayor Fred Eisenberger for the second time, and I'm betting he just wanted to bring the motion forward. Mayor Fred.
Did I put my hand up? Yeah, I was intending to put the motion forward. Be happy to do it. So on this information, if you want, I will move that we refer this matter to the 22-26 council and the 2023 budget process.
Okay, let's receive the presentation first. So moved by Mayor Fred Eisenberger, seconded by Councillor Brad Clark, that we receive the presentation. Looks like you're going to have a question or two on the referral, so that's why I'm separating the two, Mr. Mayor.
That's fine.
And that'll carry unanimously. So
I need Councillors Johnson, Ferguson, Vanderbeek, Partridge, Nan, Marula.
They all
Thank you,
gave it
Councillor
thumbs up.
Vanderbeek. Okay. Councillor Pauls as well, Councillor Powers, and Councillor Farr.
Yeah, I voted electronically. So, Mr. Mayor, refer to the 2023 budget.
Deputy
Yes,
Mayor
on the-
Farr,
on the-
a point of procedure. I didn't hear my name. I got my thumb up. I didn't hear my name. Sorry.
And you're not on our list, so thank you. Thumbs up from Councillor Jackson. It said absent, so thank you. Good catch.
I will correct that in the minutes and show him. You're in favor, Councillor Jackson? For clarification? Thank you.
Back to you, Mr. Mayor.
And Stephanie, it didn't come up on mine, but I'm in favor. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
No worries.
And so, yes, the motion is to refer the matter to the 22-26 council and to the 23 budget process. And Councillor Powers had indicated to me earlier that he was prepared to second that.
All right, Councillor Danko on that motion.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So on the referral motion, my preference would be not to kick this down to the next council in the 2023 budget. And my preference would be to revise option 1A to include two sub options, which one would be to what we have now, which is transit on the general levy, and then a sub option for option 1A that is transit with an urban rural area rating split to see, so we can see what the tax implications of that would be. I don't see this as necessarily being tied to the 2022 budget process, so that could be referred to a future GIC meeting, and we would have an opportunity to make that decision this term instead of once again deferring this to a future term. So I would put that on the floor if just the referral fails. Procedurally, I'm not sure exactly how that's done.
Let me come back to you then. Let me come back to you because we have a referral motion, seconded by Councillor Powers. Anyone else on the referral motion? All right, let's vote.
So, sorry, Chair, which referral motion? The one that Councillor Danko was just mentioning or the one that the mayor is mentioning?
The mayor is mentioning.
Okay, thank you.
It's the mayor's motion.
Councillor Powers, I'm sorry, I did not see what you indicated. Thank you.
I see a big thumb up.
Councillor Vanderbeek?
Councillor Vanderbeek?
Councillors, if you're there, can you please turn on your camera because I really can't see you. Thank you, Councillor Partridge.
Stephanie, I'm here again. Just can't get in on eScribe. Sorry.
Try hit F5, both Councillor Pauls and Jackson.
You want me to refresh, eh?
Yeah, I can mark you. I'll certainly mark you as in favor. And Councillor Pauls, I'm sorry, were you thumbs up as well? Okay, and the only one I'm missing is Councillor Vanderbeek. And she seems to be in the meeting, but she's not here. So, thank you.
Mr. Chair, did she get my vote? I was having trouble.
I did, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steph. Thank you, Matthew. The results are 12-3. Madam Clerk, now we never did put 6-2, the report on the floor. We never had a mover or seconder to do that.
We haven't gone that far yet, that's why. We're going to go to 6-2 now.
We did speak to it quite a bit, but that's my fault. Don't.
Wasn't before you, it's there now.
It's here now, so I need a mover and a seconder to put it on the floor.
I'll move that.
And Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Pearson, to get the item on the floor, which is the A through F recommendations, sidewalk removal, street lighting, all of that stuff, recreation. Now, a lot of folks have referenced, if I see you, talking about the same thing for any great length of time, I may use my authority to cut you off accordingly. So try not to repeat yourself if you want to debate this.
Do you have your roadmap?
I do have the roadmap. I actually have it on there's no discussion then? I'm surprised. Oh, Councillor Ferguson.
Councillor Powers has an amendment.
Just one question if I can.
Well, what I have on my roadmap is a mover and a seconder to put the report on the floor. Any discussion on the report?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, in your roadmap, you have a mover and a seconder to put the report on the floor, which I now have as Councillor Johnson and Pearson, and directly below that it says Councillor Powers. I understand you have an amendment for this item. It was sent to all of you and it is online in eScribe directly below as 6.2A.
Madam Clerk, I apologize. It was 6.1 that we never received. I said 6.2. We never did have a mover and a seconder to put item 6.1, the report, on the floor. Just for your records for later, but we can move to 6.2. And I will turn to Councillor.
You did defer it, that's why. That takes place of receiving. You deferred the report, so you don't need to receive it.
You don't need to put it on the floor before you refer it? Okay. Councillor Powers.
Thank you. I will withdraw that motion since the motion of referral was approved. Maybe I'll come back on another life and debate it next year.
Thank you, Councillor Powers. Levity, that's what we need at this hour. Anybody else? Okay, we do have Councillor Ferguson, followed by Jackson and Johnson. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you. So my other question is to Mike.
You're cutting out, Lloyd. Your audio is choppy, Councillor Ferguson. At this hour, lots of people on the internet in your area.
Councillor Ferguson, check the connections to your microphone. It sounds like something's come loose, either at the computer or at the center part where you adjust the volume. Or that your microphone is up at the top of your head instead of pulled down by your mouth.
That did it.
That's it.
Good solution. So my only question is to Mr. Zagarek. Mike, on the sidewalk, is that urban rural or is that citywide again?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'm going to turn to Gloria, as Gloria will be more familiar as it relates to the boundaries.
Through the chair, the sidewalk snow removal, as of right now, is just for the urban areas of Ancaster. The recommendation is to move it to the general levy.
Yeah, I don't think that was my question. I recognize your we're eliminating area rating on sidewalk, which is fine. My only question is the sidewalk assessment based on an urban-rural split? Because nobody has sidewalks in the rural area, and it'd be like the transit. We're going to pay for it. They're going to pay for it, but never have them. So that's my question. Is the sidewalk number urban-rural split, or is it everywhere?
So go ahead, Gloria.
Sorry. For the urban areas of Ancaster.
For the urban areas of Ancaster. I think you may be asking citywide as well, Gloria.
No, if it's urban-wide in Ancaster, then that's fine.
Okay.
I just didn't want to make sure all the farmland is all going to pay for sidewalks when they'll never get them. So is the answer that Gloria provided then that the sidewalk assessment is not just Ancaster, it's the whole city. Is it based on an urban-rural split? I think I heard yes.
Yeah. So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, apologize for intervening, but if I can ask Gloria with respect to recommendation B in the report, the sidewalk maintenance, and this is sidewalk maintenance, and street lighting, the elimination of area rating then would represent a redistribution to the general levy, so all property owners. And so not sidewalk construction, this would be sidewalk street or sidewalk maintenance, Gloria?
Right now, yes. So I apologize. I thought we were talking about the snow removal. For sidewalks, right now, it's split between urban and rural. Yes.
So it's urban-rural. That's what I think I heard.
And I think I heard we need to amend B to make sure we're clear that it's maintenance. Anything else, Councillor Ferguson?
No, that's all. I'm okay with the motion way. I just wanted to make sure that people on Butter Road and Book Road and all those rural areas of farms, that they're not going to be paying for sidewalk maintenance when they don't and never will have any. And I think I heard Gloria say that it's based on an urban-rural assessment. only the urban people will be paying for sidewalk maintenance, which is fine.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councillor Jackson?
So Deputy Mayor, we're on the original 6.2 report, correct?
We're on 6.2.
Okay.
Area rating review.
Good. That's A to F. So back to D. Sorry to resurrect my repetitiveness from March 3rd, where we left off on the D part, that the area rating of Parkland purchases be eliminated once the existing internal debt has been paid off. Councillor Powers and I raised some serious concerns 3 weeks ago, and I want to repeat and ask General Manager Zagarek again. So first of all the previous Parkland purchases, typically, usually, former declared surplus school sites, all of those will be grandfathered in, correct? Through you, Deputy Mayor, to General Manager Zagarek?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that's correct.
Now, if D part is approved, that means that going forward, if in Ward 6, on behalf of community, I need to lobby my colleagues to purchase a school site for all the motherhood reasons I've mentioned many times before. If this is approved, whereas before I had the ability through wards 1 to 8 and part of 14 and part of 5 to spread that charge and cost out over 10, 15, 20 years, which amounted to pennies, dollars each year on behalf of close to maybe 350,000 residents in the former wards of the old city, that would now end up on the general levy through you, Deputy Mayor Farr, to General Manager Zagarek?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that's correct. It would no longer be levied by former municipality. It would be levied on the general levy, levied across all properties in Hamilton.
And that would apply to Stony Creek, Flamborough, Dundas, Ancaster, wherever, correct?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that's correct.
So because of that then, General Manager Zagarek, wouldn't that, if we approve this and based on what you just answered, wouldn't that potentially be where a school purchase was brought forward by the ward councillor? Would that be an additional budget pressure on that year's levy added to all the departmental requests through you, Deputy Mayor Farr, to General Manager Zagarek?
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, it is today and it would be in the future. I just want to highlight, and we had this conversation on March 3rd, our typical financing strategy as it relates to, I'll describe as discretionary parkland purchases. So outside of growth-related areas where those parks are funded through the Parkland Dedication Reserve, is we rely on a variety of funding sources. Area rating of parkland purchases within former City of Hamilton, on occasion through the Special Infrastructure Levy, through disposition of some assets within that particular ward. In the past, we've taken some of the proceeds from the sale of an asset and applied it through to Parkland acquisition. So again, the area rating or this general levy would be one funding source. And in the past, we've relied on reserves and other funding sources, and the reliance on other funding sources is because the reserves are not sufficient alone to fund the forecasted parkland requirements.
Okay, and General Manager Zagarek, I appreciate that. I'm following you. But again, if D is eliminated going forward, location A, the Ward 6 councillor of whoever it is next term wants to purchase that site. Under the current funding formula of parkland purchases, wards 1 to 8, part of 14, part of 5, typically you spread that out over 10, 15, 20 years to the taxpayers. Wouldn't that now, if this is approved, eliminating it, wouldn't it all be in 1 year, adding a much bigger budget pressure to buy that land in one given budget deliberation year? Or am I missing something, General Manager? Through you, Deputy Mayor Farr?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'll try to break it down for committee's benefit. Is the councillors identified is in an effort to try to reduce the immediate tax burn. We effectively debt finance the Parkland acquisition and over a 10-year period, and then we fund it through the area rating proceeds.
Right.
We could continue with that practice. It could continue to be a 10-year period, for instance, as it relates to financing, and instead of area rating, it'd be on the general levy. The principal difference would be it would no longer be distributed just in the former municipality of Hamilton or Flamborough or Stony Creek. It would be shared across all properties in the city of Hamilton. And so I appreciate the questions, because historically, from time to time, these issues have been deliberated, over a short period of time, typically because there's alignment in terms of the burden to the beneficiaries of the Parkland purchases. But given, as the report makes reference to the Parkland strategy, what we're seeing is deficiencies across all the city of Hamilton, with the exception of Flamborough. And for that reason, staff were recommending eliminating Parkland acquisition as area rated service.
So, not to prolong, Deputy Mayor Farr, closing question then, General Manager Zagaric. All I want to know then is what has been successful in the past, having the ability as one funding source with the Parkland purchases spread out over the former municipality of Hamilton, which has been a successful funding source and not a pressure all in one given year. All I need to know is going forward, if a property is brought forward by a ward councillor, that's finance staff aren't going to potentially hypothetically say, Councillor, we've eliminated the Parkland purchase fund, and I'm sorry, we don't have quite as much money to buy that and acquire that land that your community wants. I just need an assurance beyond a shadow of a doubt that that won't be given as a reason why, unfortunately, that land, we won't have sufficient amount of money. And Deputy Mayor Farr, I appreciate your indulgence.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, we continue to make contributions to the Parkland Acquisition Reserve through the capital levy. The principal difference, if this were to be approved, recommendation D were to be approved, is councillors would now need to get buy-in from all of council as it relates to a Parkland acquisition versus those councillors who represent wards within the former municipalities. And so that would be the principal difference, is now council as a whole would have to agree that that Parkland purchase was a priority, justifying a levy increase versus just those councillors who represent the former municipality.
What say you, team? Forget it. That's okay. I was rhetorical. Okay. Thank you, General Manager Zagaric. I guess after many years of successful funding source, this was a leap of faith here from the Ward 6 councillor to my colleagues. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Farr.
Thank you. And Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, so I thought we were referring this, but I thought now I'm confused. So just to be, when I read the staff report, give me a second, sorry. So when I read the staff report, it talks about just going out to the public for consultation plan on the impacts of adjusting area rating of fire service. It doesn't say that we are adjusting it here and now, correct?
No.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that's correct. We would, finance would work along with Hamilton Fire Services to look at area rating that better aligns to how Hamilton Fire Services delivers fire suppression. And we would report back with respect to what that model would look like, and then do some engagement with the community as to what that change would be. As a result, staff are recommendation F, recognizing that we are pausing that work, and so that would require an additional one-time contribution from reserve of $1.4 million, recognizing that pause as it relates to reviewing the fire area rating service.
Thank you. No, that was my question. Thanks, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you.
Supportive.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Just some real quick questions, just so that I'm completely clear in my mind. Item number A of this recommendation that the area rating of sidewalk snow removal be eliminated, that is speaking to the Ancaster sidewalk snow removal area rating. Is that what that's speaking to? Because we've come up with a new program for sidewalk snow removal.
Yes, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, yes, and the reason staff are recommending the implementation of 2023 is that those property owners in Ancaster have already benefited and received the service in the first part of the 2022 winter season. So wanting to align the benefit to the cost for 2022, so we would eliminate it with the introduction of citywide in 2023.
Thank you. And when I'm looking at item B, item C, Parkland purchases out, that's still being, so item B and C, the changes that we're talking about in terms of a tax shift, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to Mr. Zagaric, the maximum increase of a tax shift in the rural areas of the city would be $19. And there would be a tax decrease of approximately $2 in the urban areas of the city. That encompasses all of these changes, correct?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'm going to refer to table 4 of the report that makes up agenda item 6.2, and unless Gloria or Brian correct me, table 4 on page 12 of 17 identifies, again, this is year 1 of a 4-year phase-in, so this would occur each and every year over the 4-year period. Is there, sorry, I apologize. That was just the recreation. Apologize. Area rate changes is table 5, page 14 of 17. So again, the councilor's correct. It would range from a $14 to a $19 additional tax shift to rural areas, with a decrease of about $1 to $2 in the urban area each and every year over that 4-year phase-in.
Correct. And so there's an annual amount for 4 years, whether it's a decrease or an increase. That's what it is, correct?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that's correct. And important to highlight, and again, I'm going beyond the report that's before you. This would be in conjunction with all area rating changes, such as transit gets refreshed each year as well. So I just don't want property owners to assume that that 4%, I'll use that 2.8% current position, we're familiar with. I don't want rural property owners to assume that they would experience a 3.2, because their tax burden would be less than that 2.8% because of other area rating changes. So again, I appreciate I'm complicating matters because I'm going beyond the report that's before you, but I just wanted to add that context.
And you do an excellent job of that. You always remind us there's one more thing you should think about.
Yeah.
But I was looking at it in terms of it's a disparaging term, but the total damage from the tax increase per household in the urban versus rural. And that's why I saw 14 to 19 in the rural area. And that's the total of this recommendation.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that's correct. As it relates to this particular shift in isolation, that's correct.
Thank you. Thank you. Those are all my questions. I'll support this.
All right. Thank you. Councillor Powers.
First off, I want to apologize to my council colleagues and staff and that. Really, in essence, I shouldn't have withdrawn that item D. I thought with the referral motion, which, as it turns out, it was the referral motion on item 6.1. It still allowed item 6.2 to come back up for discussion. The motion that I had offered up and seconded by Councillor Jackson was for the removal of that Parkland purchases. And if you'll allow me to I mean, the process is I should move the motion and then I'll speak to it and that. But if you allow me to turn it backwards and explain the rationale. Mr. Chair, was that permitted?
I will, but you're going to allow me to jump in to pass the chair along while you do that. I'll give you permission first, and then you got to deal with frugal Fergie for the next 10 minutes. I have a media interview and he's agreed to take over the chair as past chair. So over to you. You have Mayor Eisenberger after this, Councillor Ferguson. Go ahead, Russ.
Okay, so just very quickly is the fact that basis of the discussion, the answers that Councillor Jackson got is the assumption is that there'll be money there in order to support these last minute acquisitions that too often jump in front of us, as you're aware, whether it's the school boards or other entities and that are offering their lands because of consolidation of their properties. And there are things that have been on our list for years. The Parkland Dedication Fund is vastly underfunded for these opportunities to seize at a moment. And what Parkland purchases an area rating of and has allowed over the years is to seize on these things. Councillor Vanderbeek reminded me in her ward over the last 2 decades that 7 pieces of property that have been rolled into become parks in the community of Dundas were funded through area rating. Otherwise, they would not have happened because they happened overnight. For me, and I just am closing on the have closed on the deal that Councillor Collins started, is the acquisition of our Hislop School conversion into community park. That was one that was a last minute one when the school board determined that it was surplus to their needs, and it has been area rated as a result of that particular decision in order to take advantage of it. So my preference would be is that Parkland purchases be removed from this report. Item D be removed and allowed to be continued area rated, and then have that discussion again when the vast conversation takes place, next year. So if you'll come back to me, I'd like to try a motion to once again, with the permission of my colleagues, to delete item D from consideration of item 6.2 on a second by Councillor Jackson. Thank you, sir.
The only thing I'd like to point out to you is I think Councillor Jackson, through his questioning, because he had the exact same concern about being able to buy schools because they're put on the market for very long. And I thought Mr. Zagaric was able to answer that question to Councillor Jackson, and maybe I'm wrong. I've gone through 3 long days of meetings now, but I thought he said you could still do that. Let me ask to Councillor Jackson, did you not interpret that from Mr. Zagaric under your questions?
Acting Deputy Mayor, I did say the past practice was extremely successful. Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Jackson, you weren't satisfied then that you could still do the area rating for the purchase of, say, a school board property then?
Obviously, the general manager did give some comfort level that it would be across the entire city now for all the areas that before used to just through their former municipalities lobby for the extra funding source. And so the general manager, I take him at his word. However, my preference would have still been to second Councillor Powers' motion. Thank you, okay. Acting Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I just want to clear that up. And so Councillor Powers, I will come back to you on that once we finish the speakers list. So I think the next speaker is Mayor Eisenberger.
So that's a little bit challenging for me. You know what? We're talking about making progress on area rating, and we're actually not doing that in the parks area, which I think is unfortunate. So back to, are we discussing this topic right now?
No, we're not. Councillor Powers, at the end of this discussion of the current motion, will like to place an amendment. So that will be coming up once we reach the end of this discussion.
So I'm going to talk about item D again. So back to Mike Zagaric in terms of our ability to react quickly to opportunities. I clearly heard that that opportunity will still exist. However, it will require all members of council to participate in that decision-making process, which I think is kind of fundamentally where we should be going. So now we're starting to peel away some of the things. I'm now happy to go back to the original recommendations on a 4, 6, 8, or 10-year phase out, as opposed to people now kind of picking apart these recommendations and lifting things out that they don't think is in their favor, when it ought to be something that we ought to pursue, I think, significantly. So let me just turn to Mike Segarra. Mike, you did clarify for Councillor Jackson and others that if there were an urgent and a park acquisition required, that the sufficient funds would be there. However, it would require all members of council to agree to move it forward in that direction. And I don't remember a time when there hasn't been support for that kind of effort in any location where there's deficiencies in Parkland. So, Mike, through you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, through the chair to the mayor. I expect that we'll continue with the current approach going forward as it relates to Parkland. And to be clear, the current approach represents a combination of funding sources when it comes to Parkland. It could include some area reserves. It could include some disposition of property. It could include other funding sources as well as levy funding. The change would be the levy funding would be borne by all property owners across the general levy versus just the property owners in the former municipality. So to be clear, I expect it will still be a combination of funding sources we will have to rely on, and that reserves will not be sufficient to fund all of the Parkland requirements. So it will require some levy funding. The change would be it would be a general levy contribution versus an area rated levy contribution.
Correct. Thank you. So you know what? If that motion comes forward, I can't support that. I thought we were trying to make progress on area rating, not go backwards and start lifting and separating out areas that are going to continue to have benefit and does provide the opportunity to have a collective agreement on how we move forward on these issues. So I don't think that's fair, quite frankly, to lift this one out. I would like to see that stay, and in concert with all of the other recommendations that staff put forward originally. So I'll not support that recommendation if it comes forward.
Okay, are you still there, Mike? Mike, just for clarity again, I think when you first answered Councillor Jackson's question, you said that it'll come from a number of locations, and you round them up. But I thought one was the wards 1 through 8 councillors could use some of that special area rating to fund it, not a new area rating, but the existing one. Is that what you said?
So through the chair, that's correct. So not to confuse, I appreciate you've got 2 area rating references when it comes to Parkland acquisition, historically Parkland acquisition. For former City of Hamilton wards, they in the past have relied on the special infrastructure reserves as a contribution, as a funding source for Parkland acquisition. But beyond those reserves is Parkland acquisition has been area rated by former municipality. So I appreciate there's 2 references to area rating as relates to Parkland. Parkland, the capital reinvestment reserve, subject to council not amending or changing that policy, that would continue. But with respect to area rating of Parkland, that would be on the general levy if recommendation D were to be approved as it's presented to you.
Okay, thanks for that clarity. So I have one more speaker on the original motion before we go to Councillor Powers, if he wants to still place his amendment. And I think that was Councillor Marula.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You have Councillor Marula and Councillor Partridge. Sorry.
Yep, thank you. I just see that. Go ahead, Councillor Marula.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me start off by saying that this is a nostalgic issue for me too. The first school that we actually acquired was Fairfield School on Barton Street, and the policy was created as a result because the same members of council that had a problem with area rating didn't like the fact that I pulled a fast one and bought that for a park. So on that note, that's a true story. On that note, if we can have just Mike elaborate on the per acre cost of land today in Hamilton, because folks, I don't think we'll be able to do it anymore, Tom. So back in the day when we were buying these schools, I know in Ward 4, you could buy an acre of land for a coffee. Okay, we're looking at $1 million an acre now. So, folks, we don't even have enough money in the area rating within the inner city to do that in the future as we had in the past. So just keep that in mind. But just for the record, Fairfield was the first school. Have a good evening. Thank you.
Councillor Partridge.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair. So similar to Councillor Johnson, I thought when we were referring this to 2023 that we were referring 6.2 and 6.1. So what I'm hearing now is that everybody's appears to be, at least most, appear to be on side to do what we originally looked at doing 2 weeks ago, which was to eliminate area rating within 4 years. Is that accurate?
No, we referred 6.1 to the next council.
Right.
6.2 just eliminates some of the area rating, and I'll run back to that report just to remind you what they are.
Yeah, I got it in front of me.
Sidewalks is Parkland. I just want to get it to them because there's only 2 or 3 of them.
Right.
The big ones are not included. Like
okay,
transit.
so I get that, but at the same time, we're looking to our rural community to pick up some of those costs when they've not been paying already. Can I just get clarification? I'd like to hear from Brian, actually, please.
Okay, Brian.
So thanks for the question. Yeah. So through the chair, we were talking about table 5 in that report. Yeah. As far as the summary goes. So, and I think I need to clarify something that Councillor Ferguson asked earlier about sidewalks and street lighting. So sidewalks and street lighting and recreation are included on table, let me get there, on table 5. What page, so sidewalks, Brian? Oh, sorry, page 14 of 17 in item 6.2, report FCS 21078B.
Okay, go ahead.
So, right. So in that case, those services are now being removed from area rating and moved to the general levy over 4 years. And table 5 shows the 1-year impact of those services. So in the case of urban, right, there's about a reduction of $1 or $2. And then in the case of rural, there's an increase of $14 to $19 on average across those rural areas in Ward 9, 11, 12, 13, and 15.
Thank you, Brian. So the rural community will be picking up those costs, but they're not receiving those services. I will definitely support Councillor Powers and Jackson's motion to remove D, but as far as the rest of the report goes, I cannot support it. Thank you.
Okay, just before I go to Councillor Powers and for his amendment, Brian, that's different than the answer I got just a few minutes ago about the sidewalks, urban, rural. Now you're saying it's general levy. Does the rural people have to pay for sidewalk maintenance when they don't and never will have any?
Yeah, so through the chair, yeah, Gloria and I connected through email, and yeah, that's correct.
Okay, Councillor Powers, do you still want to place your amendment?
No, I'm not going to place it. I'm very pleased with the conversation, and so I now have an assurance that for every request by every councillor for funding of a park, it will be approved by and be financed. So there's no need for me to go any further. Thank you for the conversation.
Okay, I have no more speakers on the motion then. It's duly moved by Mayor Eisenberger, and I forget, was it Councillor Johnson that seconded, Mr. Mayor? Or Stephanie?
I don't recall either. It could have been Councillor Clark. I'm not sure.
I actually didn't have, I had Councillor Johnson and
I think I heard Councillor Clark also.
I just had to put it on the floor. I had Councillors Johnson and Pearson to put it on the floor.
Okay, so it's duly moved and seconded. I have no more speakers, and so I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
What is the motion, Mr. Chair, please?
The motion is that we approve the recommendations set out in 6.2.
Just bear with me.
Is that correct, Stephanie?
Yes, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Just bear with me for one moment because I did have I did lose that vote here, so I'm just going to put that back up. You are voting on correct. That is the recommendations A through F as shown in 6.2.
Correct. Is it clear, Councillor Powers?
Well, then, yeah. Well, the answer is clearly no. So if I support this, it means area rating happens, whereas we did a referral motion referred to the new council. So obviously, I need clarity from the clerk as to what's the intention, in my opinion, of these conflicting motions.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the information on area rating, the first report, 6.1, was just an information report, and it provided you options for 4, 6, and 8-year, and 10-year phase-out periods, and that was including transit, and I believe all the other area rating. This one is just and that was deferred to the 2022-2026 council and to the 2023 budget. It was only item 6.1. I know you were discussing both at the same time, but it's confusing. It was just 6.1. So what's before you now are subsections A through F of item 6.2. And that's what you'll be voting on.
Councillor Powers, that's this, as the mayor said, it's a step to deal with area rating, and so it does include the sidewalk snow removal be eliminated from area rating, the area rating of sidewalk and street lighting be eliminated, that the area rating of recreation be eliminated, and that the area rating of parkland purchases be eliminated. Those are the ones that are being eliminated. That's an A, B, C, and D of the recommendation.
There's a speakers list now.
I didn't hear that. Okay, I got the chair back. Thank you, Councillor Ferguson.
Okay, yeah, I'm just waiting for, Councillor or Mr. Chairman, just waiting for Stephanie to put the vote up, so welcome back.
I'm sorry, there's a speakers list now.
Oh, okay. Over to you now, Councillor Farr.
I appreciate that. And Councillor Powers, I think you still have the floor, and then we'll get to Councillor Johnson, Pearson, and Clark.
Thank you.
You're muted. You're muted, Councillor Powers. There you are.
Sorry, nothing further, Councillor. I'm ready to go to the vote whenever it's offered up to us.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, sorry, that last answer that Brian gave us, please remove me from moving this. I was putting it on the floor because I thought we were referring it, so please take me off moving it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I apologize. So yes, I just want to clarify though, through Mike or Brian, item D, which I think Councillor Powers has a concern with, it says that the area rating of parkland purchases be eliminated once existing internal debt has been paid off. How long is that anticipated? And will it take us past 2023 or into 2023?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that the reference to existing internal debt would be previous decisions by council as it relates to area rating parkland purchases. So it could go out to 10 years. I don't know when the last parkland purchase was. So typically we finance them over a 10-year period. So again, subject to when the last decision by council was as it relates to the purchase of a parkland through area rating. So again, we would be satisfying previous decisions by council. We would continue on area rating parklands that were previously approved by council to be area rated.
Understood. Thank you, Mike. Thank you so much.
Councillor Clark.
So to be clear, we have deferred the transit issue, which was 6.1, to an out year. And this particular motion is only dealing with the smaller issues with regards to sidewalks, with regards to snow clearing, etc. And the maximum increase that could be seen by rural taxpayers, the tax shift would be maximum of $19. But when I look at the overall potential tax shift, if area rating was eliminated with the majority of council, which I'm looking at the votes around the table, it's quite possible, we'd be seeing a much higher hit to the rural taxpayers, double digit. So I think, in fairness to everyone around the table, I'm going to continue to support this option that is before us, which is more. It's a stepping stone. We're going in the direction that we want to go to overall, to eliminate area rating, to make it much more equal across the board. But how we get there and how we do it to make sure that we're being as fair as possible and not burdening people with extensive tax shifts that the bills would be significant. We are being prudent. We are being reasonable in how we go about this process. I think that is reasonable. I don't like it. I don't like having a tax shift to the rural residents in my ward, but I understand that if we don't find that collaborative approach, as Councillor Marula said, how about working together on this, then the tax shift could be much larger for the rural residents. And I want to forego that. So I'll work with the majority here on this particular motion as we move forward. And then it depends on what happens with the election. Those of us who are fortunate enough to be back here will have to start tackling some of those larger issues, hopefully at the beginning of the term, so that we can actually develop scheduling in terms of how it phases out. So those are my comments. I understand that there's a disparity around the room, but I think we have to start being as reasonable as we can in terms of how we set our tax policies, specifically to the residents who are seeing that tax shift. And I think that is one of the things that we have done here by phasing it in over 4 years. And I appreciate that phase-in period. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We are exhausted in terms of speakers. We do not now have a mover, so we'll need a new mover. We have a seconder in Councillor Pearson, moved by then Mayor Fred and seconded by Councillor Pearson. And all in favor?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr.
Councillor Vanderbeek.
Sorry. Thank you for recognizing. Would it be possible to have D voted on separately?
It absolutely would if you want to request that. So
I will cancel this vote.
We did vote, so we'll have to cancel it if everyone is okay with that. Anybody opposed to that? Just show me your.
Canceled it. So.
Okay, well, Mayor Fred Eisenberger is opposed, so you might need a motion then to reconsider.
No, I don't. Just
no, we're okay. All right, our clerk is going to just discontinue the vote. It was in progress, so I think you got in under the wire, Arlene. So the motion then moved by Mayor Fred Eisenberger, seconded by Councillor Pearson. Recommendations A, B, C, E, and F. All in favor?
Yeah. So to be fair, you know, how I might vote might be impacted by what happens to D. So can we separate D out first and get a vote on that?
Sure.
Before we vote on the balance?
Absolutely. Just give me one more.
Fortunately, Steph brought her white out today, so we'll.
I use it on my screen all the time.
And then we'll do the remainder.
So I'm okay to use the same mover and seconder, correct?
Well, do we want the same mover and seconder with D? Sure, okay.
No, Councillor Pearson's saying no. Okay, so.
Councillor Pearson is saying no as a seconder to D?
Councillor Pearson, are you saying no to seconding D?
D being in or out? I'm very confused now.
We had you as mover and seconder on the entire report. All we're doing now is splitting the vote so that people can vote separately on subsection D. You're still moving it to put it forward, but we've separated the vote.
And you can vote accordingly, obviously.
That's fine. Okay, thank you.
So D is on the floor, moved by Mayor Fred, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All in favor?
Thank you, Councillor Powers.
I'm
Sorry?
I'm sorry, Chair. I think I may have voted incorrectly.
Well, if you voted, it's D that's on the floor.
Okay.
The area rating of Parkland purchases be eliminated once the existing internal debt has been paid off.
Okay, I voted incorrectly. I'm opposed to that.
I've corrected your vote. Thank
And
you.
Councillor Pearson?
Thank you, Stephanie.
Yeah. So if I voted no, then I'm voting for this to be removed, and I'm not voting no on it. Thank you. I voted incorrectly.
You voted incorrectly. You vote in favor. Councillor Partridge is opposed to D. Councillor Pearson is in favor of D.
Thank you. I recorded both.
We're just waiting on the results.
That vote is closed.
The results are in, and it carries by a vote of 11-3. Moved by Mayor Fred, seconded by Councillor Pearson. Recommendations A, B, C, E, and F. All in favor or opposed?
So far?
Oh, and it's carried 13-1. Saw an amendment.
No.
Just go right to 6.3 now? All right, so we're going to the 2022 tax supported operating budget. I need a mover and a seconder to put it on the floor. We'll end up deferring it for consideration after the other items that are following this. So moving the 2022 tax supported operating budget is Mayor Fred Eisenberger. And to get it on the floor, who would like to second it? Councillor Pearson, thank you. So it's, we vote to put it on the floor.
Now you just need a motion to defer.
Do you want to defer before putting it on the floor? You don't want to vote to put it on the floor?
You don't vote to put it on.
Okay, right. So to defer consideration of the report until after we've heard 7.1, 7.2, and 8.1, as those matters do impact this budget. And I'll come back to Fred and Maria as movers once we deal with those items. We need a deferral by Councillor Ferguson and seconded by Councillor Marula.
Okay.
I'm seeing a few speakers. Who's Councillor Partridge and then Councillor Ferguson. This is a deferral motion.
No, I was just clarifying that we are deferring this to the next meeting.
No.
And if
This meeting, but following the items that we're about to embark upon, 7.1, 7.2, 8.1.
Gotcha.
Right.
Okay.
At the end of the very end of the meeting, I'll come back to Mayor Fred and Councillor Pearson with moving the budget. And that's what you wanted to, you were just signaling me to move the motion to defer, Councillor Ferguson, is that correct? Okay. Yeah. So that's on the floor now. We need a vote for that.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor Farr. Are we going to get before I support deferral, I know we got living wage students, a few items. Are we going to get a quick refresher? It's been almost a month from staff on where we were and the percentage 3 weeks ago, please? Or at some point you'll do that, please? Thank you.
I'm sure Mike is prepared to do that right now, if you want.
That was going to be my question. So I'd like to know where we're at before we do 7.1, 7.2, and 7.8.1. Are we at 2.8%?
Excuse me, Deputy Mayor, we're in the middle of a vote. So
a deferral vote, yes.
Yes, do you want me to? Yep, then I'll cancel the vote because if you're going to discuss the matter, then.
Let's cancel the vote, get an update, then we'll do the deferral motion. It's probably more appropriate. And then come back with the deferral, and then we'll get into those other items and then complete today's journey with a vote on the budget. We really have run out of time, actually, so we kind of have no choice. Am I right, Mike?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, no, I appreciate the late hour. We're hoping that if council has the patience to continue on with the remaining agenda items, that would then lend to a March 30th council approval, which will assist staff in order to get our June tax billings out. So again, we're in council's hands, but recognizing there's just a few remaining items. If council has the patience and will to get through the balance of the items, that would satisfy a March 30th council approval.
Thank you. Where are we at? Briefly, where are we at?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, if I can ask Stephanie, would it be appropriate for me to pull up one of the slides from the March 3rd budget GIC?
Absolutely.
Okay, let me just
Do
pull
you
up
need
one
me
of
to
the
email it to you?
slides. I have it. Yeah, I have it, Stephanie. Thank you.
It's up.
So great. Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So again, I won't go through this list of amendments, but inclusive of all these amendments that council has approved, we sit at a 2.8% average residential tax impact. The remaining items on today's agenda, which includes the paramedic business case, you directed staff, myself and Chief Sanderson to go away and see what strategy we could achieve as it relates to the business case for paramedic services that aligns with leveraging as much provincial funding in 2023 as possible while maintaining a 2.8% average residential tax increase that is before committee for your consideration today. Under 7.2, the living wage. Let me just start with the business case. If council were to approve the business case as presented under 7.2, we would still be at a 2.8% average residential tax increase. As well, the recommendations that committee just approved as it relates to area rating, as there's a $1.4 million contribution to reserve because of the need to take away the fire area rating, that will offset potentially, subject to your deliberations on the living wage and student wage. So inclusive of the paramedic fire services, and subject to options that will be before you under 7.1, 8.1, we may be able to report a 2.8% average residential tax increase, but that will depend on the balance of your deliberations on 7.1, 7.2, and 8.1.
Councillor Jackson, you still have the floor, I believe.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Farr. So, General Manager Zagaric, I thought, and unless my note-taking was flawed, from March the 3rd, I thought that with recommendation F now approved, which we did just a few minutes ago in report 6.2, I thought that you said back on March 3rd that would lower the 2.8 to 2.68%. Was my note taking flawed through you, Deputy Mayor?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, nope. The councillor is correct. However, committee still has a number of items for deliberation. The living wage under 7.1.
Correct, yes.
The business case for paramedic services.
Yes.
Under 7.2. And finally, the motion that is before you under 8.1, the summer student wage rate. What I'm suggesting is including the Hamilton paramedic services, we would continue to be below the 2.8% previous reference target. And then with respect to the options, various options under living wage and summer student wage, there are options in terms of additional investments that would keep that 2.8% target alive in terms of of the final deliberation. So the councillor is correct in terms of where our current position is, but over and above that, there remains to be some further items for deliberation.
Thank you, Jim. So Deputy Mayor Farr, we're sitting at 2.68% this moment, pending living wage, student rates, paramedic mitigation updates, currently sitting at 2.68. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Farr. Thank you, GM Zegeric, for the refresher.
Thank you. Mike, maybe your slide that says 2.8 might have. Very good questions. Great clarity there. Nobody else is asking questions, so we're able to go forward with Mike.
Yeah. So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the difference is that the $1.4 million contribution from reserve, which was recommendation F of the previous report that council just decided on, that reduces that 2.8% down to just below 2.7%. So it gives some investment opportunities for council as it relates to the remaining items.
Excellent. Is there anything else to add, Mike, or should we get moving here?
That's it. Again, council are available to speak to, or sorry, council staff are available to speak to 7.1, 7.2, and 8.1. And then through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, we're happy to incorporate those amendments and provide committee a estimate as to what our tax position would be.
Wonderful. Councillor Nan, did I see you indicate? Okay. So we're on to 7.1 then.
Well, could I just follow through on that? So just on what Mike just said to Councillor Jackson a minute ago, I thought what I heard was that if you included paramedics and you included living wage and the student summer rate, that we would end up at 2.8%. Is that what I heard, Mike?
That's what you heard.
Right.
Mike?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'm not sure that we would remain at 2.8 inclusive of all the options. There's different levels of investment with respect to 7.1 and 8.1, but within those two items, there are options available to committee that would we could maintain that 2.8%.
Okay, thank you. We'll get to it. Thank you.
Deferral first, please, on the budget itself, and that was moved by Mayor Fred Eisenberger and seconded by Councillor Pearson. Marula. Who was it? Ferguson and Marula? Okay.
Councillors Danko and Vanderbeek. Councillor Vanderbeek, are you still in the meeting?
And that carries the deferral unanimously, 13-0. I can continue as chair. Let's confirm that for the record, though I am recusing myself from voting on this particular item as indicated earlier. But I'm okay to continue to chair, correct? Thank you. Steph is nodding yes. So let's get to 7.1. I think we had another councillor, maybe not with us now, who also recused. Oh, I think Councillor Marula may have indicated a conflict as well. All right. This is information that's been included as reference at the request of committee. That was on February 25th. I need a mover and a seconder to put it on the floor. First off, moved by Councillor Nan and seconded by Councillor Wilson. It's on the floor. Now to discuss 7.1. Speakers? Councillor Nan, then I see Councillor Clark and then Councillor Jackson. Go ahead, Councillor Nan.
At this late hour, I can't find the toggle to put my mic on. Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you for that overview, General Manager Zegeric. So there's 4 options that are before us in this report. Are you able to go down and break out the summary that everybody's kind of looking for, which is if we were to pursue the option that is the most inclusive, where would that bring us in? Most inclusive in terms of covering living wage for the highest number of classifications. Where would that bring us in our 2.8% target and then go down from there?
Mike, are you
Sorry,
with us?
through you. Yes, yes, I am. Sorry, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. We can, as staff, we can quickly do some calculations. I will suggest ballpark. Table 4, option 4, will likely put us over that threshold in terms of the 2.8% inclusive of the business case for paramedic services, and subject to 8.1. But I believe that so just working off of really what's created us the room is a $1.4 million contribution from reserve. So recognizing that paramedic services, the business case that is before you, and I apologize, I'm flipping here, is I'm sorry, I'm just looking for the actual
Mike, and just for clarification, what item are you on? Because you're hopping and it's becoming very confusing here too.
Yeah. So rather than jumping around and including other agenda items, so through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the option 4 would likely push us over that 2.8%.
Okay, and Mike, option 4 is inclusive of all unionized, sorry, through you, Chair, all unionized staff and all categories. Option 4 was also inclusive of unionized summer students, but only those that are under the employment of the City of Hamilton, which would include general labor, summer employees that do work for Public Works, most of the outside students, for example, inclusive of recreation, which would be SUPEs, and as well as young folks who are taking care of our youth through our camp programs, etc. Is that right for table 4? Or sorry, yeah, table 4.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that's correct, and I would invite HR if they have any additional content to share.
Laura?
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor.
Laura, it was great to see you for 30 seconds, but you got to turn your video off so we can get your audio working.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Can you hear me now?
Perfectly.
Okay. So the living wage report, the 608,000 is in reference to moving the summer students, general laborers, to a living wage of $17.20 an hour. One of the options that we can also consider as part of report 8.1.
I lost you.
One of the options. Sorry, are you able to hear me now?
No, you were cutting out. I think you could take it from one of the options, and then you were, I think, going to reference the motion.
Thank you. Sorry, are you able to hear me now?
I am, and if you cut out again, I'll just jump right in and tell you you're cutting out again.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. One of the options that council may consider, as we have done an assessment in our challenges, so just to provide some context with respect to summer student general laborers, we have historically been viewed, I would say, as an attractive employer as it relates to wages, in addition to providing full-time hours at 40 hours a week. There were also provisions for these summer students to return for the subsequent 3 seasons, provided they had a good employment record. So we have in the past been viewed as an attractive employer for summer students, but in the last 5 years, we've experienced a 34% decline in the number of new student applications received. As well, we've experienced a 30% decline in the number of applications received from returning students. So up until 2018, the city provided a wage for summer general labor positions that was above the minimum wage. But since then, we have essentially been mirroring the minimum wage. And this year, we actually have to increase the wage in order to meet the minimum wage rate. So I would say that more recently, our student wages have not been viewed as favorably as they have in the past, and we've lost some of our competitiveness in comparison to the legislated increases for minimum wages in Ontario. So and we also have been experiencing difficulty in assigning students to afternoon and weekend shifts. So most of the students aren't interested in the afternoon or weekend shifts, and we've been essentially been compromised in getting them to accept the shifts. And then if they are in the shifts, we've been having some difficulty in terms of attending and calling in sick, for example. And finally, we've been having some issues with respect to mid-season turnover, where the students have been leaving for a number of reasons, and not the least of which finding an alternate job somewhere else. So all that to say that given our current state and the lack of competitiveness in our wages, one of the recommendations that council can consider instead of the living wage rate is to increase the wage rate for summer students, general labor, to $16 per hour, as well as incorporate a 96-cent per hour shift and weekend premium in an effort to regain that competitiveness that I was referring to. So the annual cost for increasing the wage rate to $16 per hour is approximately $260,000, and the annual cost to move to the 96-cent per hour shift in weekend premium is $43,000, almost $44,000, which would be a total annual cost if we incorporated both to $304,000. So rather than the $608,000, by moving the summer rate to a living wage, we could incorporate a medium approach where we can regain some of that competitiveness, but it would not be as costly as moving the summer student rates to a living wage.
Thank you so much for that overview, Executive Director Fontana. And it speaks to, I appreciate it because it puts the needs context in this discussion from the perspective of the challenges our corporation is facing as it relates to summer employment, the impacts that has, and also the kind of trajectory that the city of Hamilton has been able to provide in terms of that wage difference between the public sector and the private sector for summer student workers. In a previous report, you had indicated that there's historically been a 20% difference between the wage rate of summer workers compared to minimum wage. And so if we were to bring, if the motion down below being a compromise motion that kind of brings us up, hopefully, towards a living wage and attracting the pool of talent and skills that we're looking for our summer laborers, what percentage would that bring us to? So if we're trying to aim for that 20%, that historical 20% difference that we've seen, where would $16 an hour plus that shift premium bring us in?
So approximately, through the chair, approximately 18% of the summer students are working weekends and evenings. So it's not all of the students that are working those. But if the $16 an hour, it really is striking a middle ground between the $15 and the $17.20.
I appreciate it, and I recognize that question is more in alignment with the motion that's coming versus the report, but I do appreciate the clarity there. And finally, just for clarity and for public record, through you, Deputy Mayor, to staff, there's nothing precluding the union from exploring a living wage for the unionized workers that are in this chart, correct?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the student wages, as I think council is aware, is in the QP 5167 collective agreement. There is a letter of understanding that addresses the living wage, that in the event the city adopts a living wage policy, that we would automatically assign the living wage to the summer student wages as well. Having said that, there is nothing precluding the union from addressing this matter in collective bargaining which our current collective agreement expires at the end of this year, and pursuing a living wage for the summer students in the next round of bargaining.
Thank you. Those were my questions on the document. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. To that last point, why are we making changes outside of the collective bargaining? Why wouldn't we just be having this discussion through the collective bargaining process? It seems that if we make this decision, then everyone else is going to be ratcheting up, whereas we should be having the actual discussion with the union in terms of how we move forward.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I think that's an excellent point, Councillor. We indeed can be addressing this through the collective bargaining process. One of the reasons why we're addressing it today is because of our lack of competitiveness. We are struggling to attract summer student applications. We had to re-advertise this year for a number of reasons, but one of them was the lack of response to the posting for the summer students in the general labor category. We are adjusting it somewhat. I don't think it's too compromising for us in terms of collective bargaining, but the collective agreement has been struck. We wouldn't be opening up the collective agreement to adjust the student rates at this point in the term of the collective agreement. The matter came up as a result of the living wage, but we can certainly make these adjustments. We would ensure that the union is aware. They would certainly be supportive of this change. This would not affect them in terms of the bargaining mandate and any monies that would have to be allocated towards the students and taking away from the rest of the bargaining unit. I think the union would be supportive of this increase in wages for the summer students, and they would likely agree that we have been challenged in these past few years to attract summer students.
With regards to your comment, Mr. Deputy Mayor, with regards to competitiveness, in my discussions with a lot of employers in my ward, they're all having a heck of a time finding employees that are willing to work for wages that they were paying prior to COVID-19. And many of them can't afford to pay more. And so there seems to be a real issue out there right now, transitioning from pre-COVID-19 to post-COVID-19. I'm trying to understand how we determine our competitiveness.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, agreed, absolutely. It is an employee market right now, and we are struggling to attract candidates in all positions, not just obviously summer students. But we do essentially compare ourselves to our network, our area municipalities. And so, for example, Brantford, for their summer students, pay $16.96 per hour. Burlington pays $16.82. Halton pays in a range of $16.10 to $17.75. London, $20.26 to $22.49. Mississauga has quite a range, and it's a number of, but it's $16.61 to a top range of $25.72. Niagara pays $16.37. Oakville, anywhere between $16 and $17.16 per hour. Peel, $16.37, and in Waterloo, the range is $18.14 to $20.16 per hour. So we, as a general rule of thumb, we try to benchmark our wages with the area municipalities for a variety of reasons. But again, we're also trying to remain competitive with the students within our city.
And I'm assuming there's a push in these competitive, or comparators, I guess we call them, to adopt living wage also, but it doesn't appear that they've gone to the 1720 as of yet. Or do you know of municipalities that have?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, none of them have. I believe only the city of Cambridge has, but I stand to be corrected.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions. I'll listen to the rest of my colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Farr. Good evening, ED Fontana. So you've kind of segued back and forth with Councillor Nan's future motion, which I'm glad we got clarity on. So ED Fontana, you gave a total costing of Councillor Nan's motion. Deputy Mayor Farr, forgive me, I know that's next item, but we segued back and forth to understand total impact of living wage and summer student wage rates. So bear with me, please.
It's fine. It's a factor.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Farr. Thank you. Hopefully it benefits other members of council. $304,000 with Councillor Nan's motion if approved. And I see $950,000 on your final table 5. ED Fontana for overall living wage implementation. I am not on for that because I'm afraid we're going to go beyond the 2.8, and I want 2.8 or lower. I'm only one of 16 members of council, so I'm not on for that 950, but I was more than willing to support ultimately Councillor Nan's motion. So help me understand the 950, please, a little more. ED Fontana, through you, Deputy Mayor Farr.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. The $950,000, Councillor Jackson, includes the $608,000 for the unionized summer students. So instead of the $608,000, we're proposing the 304. So that number would come down by approximately $300,000, $304,000.
Okay, and again, what you said to Councillor Nan and Councillor Clark, the other 608,000 should be ideally part of future negotiations. Is that what I heard through you, Deputy Mayor Farr? Contract negotiations?
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Jackson, the 608,000 that's referenced in Table 5 is with respect to going to a full living wage of $17.20 an hour for the unionized summer students. What I'm suggesting as an alternative is a compromise where rather than $17.20 per hour, to propose a $16
correct
per hour and the premium, and that,
yes.
that number would come to $304,000 instead of $608,000.
And the student, the decrease, I thought, gee, Laura, last time you and I chatted a couple of months ago, I thought last year was 22% decrease in the number of applications by students. Now you're saying today, going into this year, it's 34%. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. The applications seem to decrease every year. And again, it's a unique year in terms of COVID, and it is, as I mentioned, an employee market. So there are other alternatives, and again, offering $15 per hour in our working conditions, there are options for students today, and they're choosing other options instead of coming to the city and working in a working environment that's heat and weather conditions and other factors that are not as attractive.
Thank you, ED Fontana. I'm still, Deputy Mayor Farr, I'll conclude, I'm more than baffled still by the prestige of working for the city of Hamilton, building up a resume while going to school. Anyways, you've heard my rant before on that. I'm still somewhat baffled, maybe too traditional on that. I'm not on for the 950, but I am more than open-minded to support ultimately when we get to Councillor Nan's motion. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Farr.
Mayor Eisenberger.
Thank you, and I'm a little confused on this wage issue, I have to be honest. We had made a commitment previously to school crossing guards to provide a living wage, correct? Through you to Laura, we did that last budget, if I recall, and you're indicating here that it's to keep them at the current living wage. We would have to add 92,840.
Yes, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. We have currently made a commitment to the school crossing guards,
Right.
To the non-union part-time staff, and to the non-union summer students. The 92,840, the 64,000, and the 156,570. Those are the ones that are currently getting the living wage. Those
Right.
groups.
Okay, and I want to ask a leading question of Mike while we're at it. So, I mean, a priority for me is making sure that the paramedics gets funded, and I know that there's a desire to stay at 2.8. So, can you tell me what how do we get to 2.8 if paramedics is improved, and we're looking at the balance of the additional monies to get to 2.8 to help through living wage and other means. So how does that balance up, Mike? How do we stay at 2.8 if we include paramedics and then we dance around with some of the living wage and summer wage issues?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and I'm going to take the various iterations and try to give you a combination of potential options that keeps the residential tax increase at 2.8%. So we currently sit at 2.68. If we add in Hamilton Paramedic Service enhancement, which staff are recommending, that brings us to 2.74. If committee wish to move on, and so let me just try to capture the reports that are before you. So within the report that's before you under 7.1, if committee chose to amend the living wage to reflect the current living wage of $17.20 for the crossing guards, for the non-union part-time casual, and the non-union full-time staff. So that would be the option 1, option 2, and I believe option 3 of 7.1. And if committee chose to proceed with the union summer student shift premium of 96 cents, and the union summer student $1 per hour increase, that would bring us to 2.81%.
I'm done. Thank you. That works for me. And if that's what it takes to get us there, and we can provide that benefit, as well as maintaining the paramedic, which I think is critically important as well, then I'm good to go. So thank you for that. That's clear for me. Whenever you're ready. I'm sorry, the last part was whenever you're ready, let's move it.
Thank you. Councillor Danko?
No, that's exactly where I was. So just to make sure that I'm clear, we have living wage for all City of Hamilton school crossing guards, City of Hamilton non-union part-time staff, and Hamilton Public Library part-time staff. That's this item that we're on right now. So we would exclude the non-union summer students and the unionized summer students from table 5. That I believe is 185,560. And then we would approve Councillor Nan's motion subsequently, and that would keep us at the 2.81% as was just described. Do I have that clear?
Mike?
Yeah.
Didn't hear you.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I appreciate the question because I'm going to reiterate what I just described. And while I have staff listening
Mike, sorry to interrupt. Yeah. Let's write it down, send it to Steph. She'll put that scenario on the screen. I still have a few people that want to speak, if you don't mind, and then we can actually see it. I know, Steph, it's referring to other items ahead, but we're so close to the finish line, and all the items factor in. So it might be more efficient, Mike, and rather than having to keep having to explain, if that's okay with you, Mike. Okay, is that good? So that gives you a bit of time to do that. And if you're all right with that, Councillor Danko, rather than a verbal, we can actually see it on the screen. Councillor Danko, you still have the floor.
Yeah, it's just under 7.1, table. Sorry, I got to toggle back here.
I need to speak, but
Under item 7.1, table 5, we would strike the non-union summer students and the unionized summer students, and then we would approve 7.1 with that sum with those two items struck.
Councillor Danko, I apologize. If you're looking for me to point to somebody here, I missed what you said.
No, I'm just saying in order to move forward so we can have a conclusion here, a resolution to finalize 7.1, the item that we're on, all we need to do is strike the student portion from what we're approving, approve it, and then we can move on to the next item.
If you want to do that and put that on the floor, we would need a motion.
Just for clarity, is that option 1, option 2, and option 3 you're approving?
For clarity, I'll let you jump in there into the Councillor Danko, who has the floor.
Yeah.
Councillor Danko, yeah. Is option 1, 2, and 3?
Items 1, 2, and 3 for a total of $185,000, $185,560. So it's just excluding the students, which we'll deal with in a subsequent motion.
So if that's the route you want to go, you have the floor. And rather than people jumping in asking for clarity, move it accordingly. And then it's debatable and others can ask their questions or support it or not. So
it's the same thing the mayor suggested. So I'll put that on the floor.
Okay. Seconded by Mayor Fred.
Deputy Mayor, I don't understand. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I don't understand. And if I don't understand, you don't know what you're going to be voting on because I can't put it in. So if I can't ask a question, then you need to send it to me in writing.
Okay, why don't we do that? I did ask for the scenario in writing, and I thought we could go to the other speakers. I do have Councillor Danko. Why don't we get this in writing? If you have other questions, that's fine. Then we can go to Councillor Wilson and then come back with something in writing. It is important to get clarity, and we're down to the final strokes here. So I know it seems quite simple, but I'm dealing with the clerk here who wants to make sure all of us, she can't read minds, that all of us know exactly what we're voting on, and I think that's appropriate advice from the clerk. Okay, thanks. So do you have anything else?
Nope.
Okay, great. Councillor Wilson? Go ahead and stretch, Councillor Wilson.
Well, I am a slow talker. Mr. Chair, I heard Mike say that if we amended the living wage to reflect the 1720, and that would be applied for our crossing guards, non-union part-time and casual, non-union full-time. That's what I heard Mr. Zagirik say. And Mayor Fred is playing Pictionary with me. So that's option 1, 2, and 3 of this report. Do I get a prize? Right. And I think that is the motion. That's the motion that's Councillor Nana is seeking to move with respect to Councillor Danko and to the mayor. I just don't know if that's what they are seeking to move, because that's what I heard Mike say.
Mike?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. With respect to working towards that 2.81%, if committee approved with respect to agenda item 7.1, options 1, 2, and 3, which is the adjusting the living wage for crossing guards, as well as for the non-union part-time staff, City of Hamilton, Hamilton Public Library, and the non-union
full-time.
full-time summer staff. So approving options 1, 2, 3 under 7.1. And I appreciate I'm jumping ahead, so apologize, Stephanie, just looking at the combination of potential decisions. With respect to 7.2, approving the business case for paramedic services, 7.2 as presented. And with respect to motion 8.1, approving the motion 8.1.
Yeah.
My math shows 2.81%. I'm going to take this opportunity just to have staff, corporate services staff, check that over the balance of your deliberations. So that is one combination
That's
of
what I heard.
decisions available.
Yeah.
So for clarification, because we have to vote on each item separately, 7.1 is up on my screen, and it just shows exactly what Mike said. Tables 1, 2, and 3 that are in item 7.1. And just for clarification, option 3, the non-union full-time summer staff is going to remain at $17.20 per hour at an estimated cost of $156,570. Or is that the one that we were changing to 16 with a weekend shift premium to 96 cents?
It would go back to Councillor Danko as the mover.
Could I, Mr. Chair, I think Mike was going to answer that.
Oh, that's fine too, but sure, that's fine.
Because I...
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, option 3 is a different group of staff. Option 3 is the non-union full-time summer students, which are not captured in the motion 8.1. So again, assuming there's a will to proceed with the living wage adjustments for the crossing guards, for the non-union part-time casual, City of Hamilton and Public Library, and the non-union full-time summer students, that would represent options 1, 2, and 3 under 7.1.
Yeah, thank you.
And then through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the difference is motion 8.1 captures the union summer students. So 7.1 is the non-union, 8.1 is the union.
Are we moving that? Options 1, 2, and 3?
Councillor Wilson has the floor. I had thought that Councillor Danko would put a motion. You seconded it. And
Councillor Nan did actually early on.
Right, but there's a hybrid now.
No, it's the same. It's 1, 2, and 3 of the very item that we're on. Then we'll get to the paramedics and we'll include that.
Yeah.
And then we'll get to Councillor Nan's motion and we'll include that, and that'll get us to 2.81%.
So, Mr. Chair, I see nodding heads from Councillor Danko and Councillor Nan, and so I think that's where we are.
Okay, so Councillor Jackson, in just a second, we'll get to you. My apologies, this is on me. We can't blend 3 different items on the agenda. So if we're specifically just going to focus on 7.1 right now, and if I'm being told by Mayor Fred that Councillor Nan has this motion already on the floor, who's your seconder, Councillor Nan, if you don't mind?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for saying my name. Now I can talk. I have indicated through WebEx icon microphone that I was looking to move. And it also indicated in the chat. And then I remember, Deputy Mayor, that you don't have access to the chat. And so perhaps that's where some of the confusion lies. And I apologize for that. However, moved by myself and seconded, I believe, originally in this discussion. It was Councillor Wilson and I that moved the living wage, but in today's discussion, the mayor had indicated that he was also ready to roll. So I'll let the two of them battle it out in terms of who's the seconder.
That's fine. I'm more than happy to let the mayor. It's fine.
I'm more than happy to let Councillor Wilson. Doesn't matter
There
to
you
me, as long
go.
as we get it done. As long as we get it done.
I was hoping for a rumble.
Or at least a thumb war. So there you go, Deputy Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Wilson to move options 1, 2, and 3 for the 2022 operating budget.
Councillor Jackson, on the motion.
Very confused. Sorry about Ward 6 being very confused. So options 1, 2, and 3, is that not the same as Councillor Nan's 8.1 motion? Because $608,000 is going to be part of contract, or should be part of contract negotiations in the living wage report there, 7.1. So we're moving the students and the school crossing guards increase, the unionized or the non-unionized in 7.1. Through you, Deputy Mayor Farr, please.
Mike again. One's unionized, and then again, if we jump out of 7.1, you're going from unionized to non-unionized. But Mike, it's a good question, and just again for clarity, it is confusing because there's some overlap. We really should have just put them all together and focused on a 2.8%, and it would have made our lives a lot easier. Mike, and I appreciate it. You're not the only one, Councillor Jackson.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I am referring to agenda item 7.1, and under table 1, it makes reference to school crossing guards. I apologize. I don't know. I'm assuming they're non-unionized. Option 2 is the non-unionized part-time casual staff, and option 3 is the non-union full-time summer student staff. So the options 1 through 3, which is what committee is currently deliberating on, those would capture non-unionized staff. And then with respect to the unionized, those would be captured under motion 8.1.
So Mike, since you're the finance guy and I'm not, could you quickly tally for me, Deputy Mayor, options 1, 2, and 3 there, please? What you just rhymed off. What's the total amount there then, please, for those 3? If I wish to support those 3, or I don't. What is the total amount, please?
Yeah. So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, it's the 92,840, 92,720, 156. So that is 330, somewhere around 330, which would represent $330,000, which would represent a 0.04% residential tax impact.
So I'm potential. Thank you, General Manager. So the motion is to support roughly $330,000, and on top of that, when we get to 8.1, it'll be an additional, what Edie Fontana said, $304,000. So it's 330 and potentially 304. Quick math, 634. Is that correct, GM Zagaric? If both get approved, through you, Deputy Mayor Farr?
Mike?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So yes, approximately 640,000. Quick back of the envelope calculations.
Okay.
And that would represent about a 0.07% impact.
And the 608,000 at the end, table 5 there, table 4 or 5, that stays in abeyance for contract negotiations. Is that what I heard Edie Fontana say, correct? General Manager?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'm going to refer that question to Laura, please.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Jackson, we're just adjusting it to the $16 per hour. If there's any further consideration to increase that wage rate for the summer students, general labor, that will be a matter for collective bargaining.
So you basically, so Laura, you've reaffirmed the 330,000 is what Councillor Nan's motion currently is to approve under 7.1. Through you, Deputy Mayor Farr, correct? That's your understanding?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, my understanding is the 330,000 that Mike just referred to is with respect to the non-union school crossing guards, the non-union part-time staff, and the non-union summer students.
Correct.
The $304,000, in addition to the 330, is for the adjustment to the unionized summer student general laborers.
Okay. All right. I appreciate everyone's clarification. It's raising my comfort level. Thank you. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Farr.
And I have no further speakers, so the motion is on the floor. Oh, Clerk Paparella.
I'm sorry, just for clarification, because in the chat, Councillor Nan did mention that she wants to receive the report and put forward this motion. Unfortunately, we can't do that. You actually don't have the original report in front of you. You did receive that report at a previous GIC, but I was directed to put the options back on the floor. So you've actually already received the 4 options. So the only thing you need to do procedurally at this time is move the motion to approve tables 1, 2, and 3.
And I see a nodding of the head, and that's seconded by, I think it was Mayor Fred. Councillor Nan? Good.
So moved with seconding by Councillor Wilson. Thanks.
Oh, Councillor Wilson, thank you. I will abstain, and Councillor Marula, Councillor Paul's not present.
Councillor Powers, are you present? Still have quorum.
The motion is carried by a vote of 10 to none to 2 abstentions. Vanderbeek, no, not Vanderbeek.
Chair, I'm happy to move 7-2, or Councillor Clark, and I'll second it.
All right. Anybody want to discuss it, or no? Councillor Jackson, are you squatting flies or looking to speak?
To speak, please, Deputy Mayor Farr.
You're on the list.
I can sense all your virtual moans and groans. I'm sorry, colleagues. Thank you. Anyways, so General Manager Zagaric, I was being facetious, folks. Anyways, General Manager Zagaric, I'm looking at the number of the business case. A little over $1 for the paramedics hired, 10 FTEs, and 541,000 net hit. What's changed? Were that not the numbers of 3-4 weeks ago? Or is my memory flawed? I thought you and the chief are going to go back, and there were some magic hats you two were going to try to pull some wonderful things out for this meeting. Or are these numbers reduced from where I had from my previous note taking? Through you, Deputy Mayor Farr?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, note the councillor's correct. These are the financial requirements that was originally presented through the business case. You'll recall you asked us to take this away, and then the context of a 2.8% and trying to realize as much provincial funding in 2023 and maximizing the provincial funding, given there's a 1-year lag. What staff are recommending is proceeding with the business case, which was presented to council. And by doing so is we would continue to be within the 2.8%, but potentially more importantly is we would leverage the provincial cost sharing, maximize the provincial cost sharing in 2023. So again, I'm trying to maximize the provincial cost sharing in 2023 by deferring it or reducing it to a September, October. We wouldn't realize the full provincial cost sharing in 2023. So I'm trying to combine the leveraging of provincial funding in 2023 with the overall 2.8%. And the business case as presented does that. But you may recall, Councillor, is the area rating wasn't on the table at that time. So we didn't have the $1.4 million reserve contribution. So at that time, we were over and above the 2.8% target. But given that we can maintain that 2.8% target, staff are recommending proceeding with the business case. And again, because we would be leveraging the maximum available provincial funding in 2023 as it relates to cost sharing.
GM Zagaric, I guess maybe I was, Deputy Mayor Farr, I was a bit naively hopeful then when the general manager and Chief Sanderson said 3 weeks ago, give us a chance to go away, see what we could do to potentially favorably impact the 2022 budget. looking at future provincial funding sources and how it might help council this year to even get possibly below the 2.8. So maybe possibly some misinterpretation, maybe some naive hopefulness on my part that there was going to be a little more favorable impact on the 2022 budget this year.
So
yes, General Manager,
Mr.
please.
Deputy Mayor, if I can just respond, because at that point in time, again, we were above that 2.8% target. And the one consideration I didn't reference is at that time, I was contemplating recommending a reserve contribution to lessen the impact in 2022. But I am not recommending that because that would just represent a pressure in 2023. So again, trying to balance the overall 2022 target, not transferring that pressure onto 2023, recognizing the challenges we'll be facing in 2023, married with trying to leverage as much provincial funding, cost sharing funding in 2023. For those reasons, staff are recommending the option that is before committee today.
So you're sure you checked all the pockets in your vest, General Manager Zagaric? There's nothing left, eh?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, some lint, but that's not going to get us there for 2022.
Okay. Thank you, General Manager. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Farr.
Councillor Clark.
My grandfather, who was a Scotsman, used to say his pockets are very deep, but he has short arms. I'm trying to understand why it says 2022 to 2025.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the enhancement is not a 22 through 2025. I believe the title just captures what was a multi-year strategy. So again, the enhancement is effective if it were to be approved by committee today and council on the 30th, it would be effective the April 1st is Chief Sanderson would have the authority to proceed with the transition of part-time staff to full-time staff, and the vehicle is available, so they could effectively implement it at April 1st.
So
it
that's
may be just a labeling. I believe it's just a labeling.
That's what I kind of thought. So it's really 2022, 2023, which is our normal budget process, and 50% of it is being covered by the province. But they're always late.
Yeah, and our again, the gross cost is $1.4 million because this would be an April 1st effective date, and the annualization would represent additional $400,000 in 2023. But then we would be trying to fully leverage the provincial funding in 2023.
Thank you. And I continue to support the additional ambulance services that we require. I mean, we have done everything we can as a municipality. No one could ever slight us to lower the number of code zeros that are occurring within our community. And this is just one more opportunity to try to assist in that regard. But it does need to be said that there has to be a way of getting the municipalities and the province around the same table and start addressing the challenges within the hospitals, because really, and I think it was Councillor Marula who put this most aptly a couple of years ago, that it was downloading by stealth. And so the hospitals don't have the funding. So now we have ambulances who are basically serving as nurses to hold on to the patients because they don't have the funding for the services that they're providing. So we need to continue to push that. I know the mayor has been adamant on it, but we need to continue to push that the hospitals need to get the proper funding so that the emergency rooms work appropriately. Those are all my comments. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor, for the latitude.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, if you can take the floor real quick. And just to that last point, is Chief Sanderson with us?
Is Chief Sanderson on the crowd? There he is. Oh, no, it looks like Russell.
The chair.
Russell Crocker.
My apologies, Chair. No, Chief Sanderson unfortunately is, well, actually, fortunately, he is down south today, so he's gotten a long deserved vacation, so I'm filling in a spot.
For sure. Simple question, and I hate putting him on the spot because he's always been there until now, and of course it's me that has to ask. I thought I had heard, and we're talking about code zeros mostly, but isn't there a policy now in place or one that's pending soon where one ambulance worker or one crew maybe can take care of all of the ambulance patients that are in the hospital, or is that pending? Wasn't there some sort of adjustment made? That kind
Through
of
the
helps.
Sorry, thank you, Chair, for the question. There was a study or an implementation down, I believe, this Windsor Essex area in regards to that. What we are hoping to look at is there was some preliminary data around that, but we have not implemented that quite as of yet because there is still some evaluation going on with that.
Okay.
What we do on a regular basis, though, is what the province is calling batching or pairing up, where we will have one paramedic team watching potentially 2 patients at the same time in an effort to get that other ambulance out of the hospital and potentially avoid any narrowed resources.
Thank you, and that brings clarity to myself. I appreciate it, Chief Sanderson, very much deserving of his down south, and thanks for hanging in with us up to this hour. That's it. No other questions. Motion's on the floor. It is moved by you, Councillor Clark, and seconded by Mayor Fred Eisenberger, if I'm not mistaken, and so the vote is up.
Councillor Marula, are you still with us? Folks, we're almost done.
And that carries unanimously in a vote of 11-0. The final item is our motion from Councillor Nan on 8.1 summer student wage rate. Councillor Nan, or Mini Nan, or both?
Mini Nan has left the building. Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. Just bear with me for a quick second. So as discussed, as we're under item 7.1, the motion moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Wilson is summer student wage rate, whereas the historical competitive wage rate for summer students has been 20% higher than minimum wage, whereas the current summer student rate is $15 per hour, which is the same as the current minimum wage, and whereas the summer student general laborers play a vital role in supporting the operations of the City of Hamilton during the periods of May to September or October each year, and whereas the City of Hamilton has been experiencing challenges in recruitment and retention of summer students due to the lack of wage competitiveness, therefore be it resolved that summer student wage rates be increased by $1 per hour and a 95-cent shift premium be implemented effective April 1st, 2022 at an annual additional cost of $304,019, which would be integrated into the annual operating budget thereafter. And I think we've discussed all the matters, and it's been clearly indicated in terms of the justification for this motion in the whereas clauses. Thank you.
I have a speaker's list of Mayor Eisenberger, Councillor Ferguson, and we'll begin with Councillor Pearson.
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I just clarification, because I think, Laura, as we were discussing this previously, is it 95 cents or 96-cent shift premium? Because I thought I heard her say 96 cents a few times, and I just don't want to get caught up on logistics.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity for the clarity. The proposal was indeed 0.965 cents per hour for the shift and weekend premium.
So that's what it should be on the motion, correct?
Yes.
So friendly amendment, Councillor Nan. I just don't want to have some confusion later. I know it's a simple penny, but it makes a difference. Thank you.
Well, the clerk will take care of that accordingly. Next up, Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm glad we're finally bringing this to a close. But I held my nose in the last two with the living wage, and of course, I don't want to be accused of holding back on an ambulance, even though the hospitals are using them as storage facilities rather than ambulances that are on the road. And we've been talking about getting the province involved and offload nurses for years. But it looks like they find the easiest way, just come back to us and get more money. But I supported that because I don't want to leave people sitting on the street. A good friend of mine slipped and fell on the ice, and he had to wait 45 minutes for an ambulance with a broken leg. I am going to hold. I'm not going to support this one. I don't want to bargain for the union. I agree with Councillor Clark. These people are represented by a collective agreement. And as soon as we start paying more than the collective agreement, the union's going to say, "Whoa, the city's got lots of money. Let's go after a big increase for 20 in the current bargaining year." And it's not likely they're going to be stuck with this for multiple years. This is for 1 year, and just for this winter, or I'm sorry, this summer. So they got 3 more months to get through, or 4 more months. And then we're up to collective bargaining. So I won't support this, but one quick question to Laura. Laura, you say your applications are down, but do you have enough applications to fill all your positions now?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, we received this year 516 applications for approximately, 300 available positions. So I would say we have enough. I mean, the volume isn't what we're used to. For example, in 2017, we had received 785 applications for a similar number of positions that are available. Again, we have challenges throughout the summer. They leave for various reasons. But I would say we have enough, but the options aren't as great as they used to be.
Yeah, I get that, but you're almost double the applications of the positions you need to fill. So I don't think we're in a dire situation. I think there's a lot of businesses out there who would like to get one person hired, not to have 2 for 1. That's in these times when the economy is just booming out there and people are short. If we're getting 500 some odd applications for 300 some odd positions, I'm okay with that. So I will not be supporting this this motion.
Mayor Fred.
Don't know how I got on there, but I'm supportive and you can take me off. Thank you.
Councillor Clark.
I'd just be reiterating what Councillor Ferguson said. Thank you.
No further speakers. The motion's on the floor. I will reiterate that I need to abstain. My son has applied, among many summer jobs, to the corporation of the city of Hamilton this year, and I'm very proud of him.
Councillor Jackson?
Councillor Jackson, waiting on you.
Just came through.
The motion carries in a vote of 6 to 4 to 1. One abstain. Now we're going to go back to the budget. And that'll be our last order of business. And I believe that was item 7. I'm just going to cursor down. 7.1.
6.3.
Sorry, 6.1. 6 point. The 6.3, folks, 2022 tax supported operating budget moved by Mayor Fred Eisenberger. That I remember. And second, who's going to be the seconder? Maria? Okay, Councillor Pearson. Clerk Paparella, please.
I'm sorry, I do need the mayor to move the amending motion that's on the agenda. It was raised at the last meeting, and it was just a housekeeping matter. And it was to change, rather than having the operating impacts of capital, Presto, and the Hamilton Entertainment Facilities referred to the 2023, it was just that it be reflected as reduced in the 2022 tax support. It got missed at the last meeting, so it's just housekeeping.
Okay, and it's right underneath on the agenda, folks. Everybody okay with that? Let's vote on that right now. This amendment.
Seconder.
Seconder is Councillor Pearson.
Serdenko. Thank you.
Carries unanimously. And now Mayor Fred moves, seconded by Councillor Pearson, the 2022 budget.
So Mike, just once again, we're at 2.81 then?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that's correct. Average 2.81, and staff will get to committee members the averages for each of your wards before council next week, so that you have that information before council.
And Stephanie, just quick for my own clarity, we don't need to separate the items that I had to recuse myself from, do we? Or do we do that?
The budget, I don't believe, unless you know which one it is.
Well, there was the two that I just...
I don't think so, because I think it was an amendment, so it'll just affect the numbers. I don't think that living wage is a separate item into itself, so it would just reflect the numbers.
Thank you. Getting a thumbs up from our policy wonk.
Yeah. And Mike and Brian, just for clarification, I will have to finalize that report end of day tomorrow or Friday morning.
Votes are all in? Okay, and we appreciate that, and especially both you and Matthew's work today. I'm sorry, Councillor Pearson, are you looking to speak?
I was, Mr. Chairman. I was in the chat as well, but that's okay.
I can't see the chat. I haven't been able to see it all
I
day.
apologize. So I'm glad I waved, but I just certainly, it just shows, and I appreciate Mike and all the staff, everyone. I don't want to say names and miss anyone, because a lot more people than just Mike, Brian, and Gloria were involved. But we started out, I think, back in September, October at 4.10%. Is that correct, Mike?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that's correct.
And the 2021 budget, we came in at 2.1. So I think, this was a very, very prudent and frugal budget. It was not easy. And it just shows how moving forward, thankfully, we have, multi-year budgeting that assists in getting numbers in line. But it just shows how much more difficult things are coming in tighter every year. But I certainly commend all staff for a tremendous amount of work. Just seeing the amount of paperwork and agenda pages that I've been reading and copying off, etc. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, the vote is still up.
I'm sorry, I just need Councillor Ferguson's vote, please.
I mean, half a dozen of one and 7 of the other, but we're talking to it now, and you've inspired others. Mayor Fred Eisenberger, who I know is going to have a profound
vote first, please. Councillor Ferguson, are you for or against?
There's no spot here for a maybe.
Well, then you need to pick one.
You're still on the fence? It's 8 o'clock.
No, I was disappointed in the last vote. Unions are big people. They can make their own, they can handle themselves.
Take your time, but you've already, if you want to put a speakers list together, we can do that.
No,
but
the vote's done. Thank you very much.
It carries unanimously, but I still have Mayor Fred Eisenberger. I can see that someone has indicated to me that he wishes to speak, so.
No, and I was going to pass and save all the accolades for when we get to council, when we ratify this budget at this hour. I think it's time to move on. Thanks to everybody, and let's save all the good words until we meet at council.
Or Fergie's words. All right. Thank you. And I know we can always look forward annually to Tom Jackson's wonderful speech on the budget. But thank you, Mike, especially big thanks to the clerks. Thank you all. And I think we just look now to adjourn after that 11-0 vote. Move to adjourn. Brad Clark, seconded by Brenda Johnson. Both of them counselors, of course, all in favor.
Mike Zagaric, you've got 7 days to look up one more vested pocket, please.
I think he stitched that one closed.
Please.
And a real special thanks to Stephanie. What a great job.
Here.
Thank you.
Think of the workload.
Jackson, I need your vote.
Councillor Jackson, just give us a thumbs up. That's good.
Atta boy. Standing recorded vote. Have a great